For a written transcript of this meeting, or if you need reasonable accommodations, including this communication in an alternative format due to disability, please contact the Clerk to the Commission's office at 404-612-8232.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Rob Pitts. I chair the Board of Commissioners of Fulton County. This is the recess meeting of the Fulton County Board of Commissioners. Today is March 16, 2022. It is 10:01 a.m. Madam Clerk, please call the roll for purposes of a quorum.
Chairman Rob Pitts.
Present.
Vice Chairman Liz Hausman.
Present.
Commissioner Bob Ellis.
Present.
Commissioner Lee Morris.
Present.
Commissioner Natalie Hall.
Present.
Commissioner Marvin Arrington Jr. Commissioner Khadijah Abdul-Rahman. Mr. Chairman, you have a quorum.
Thank you. Please rise for the invocation followed by the Pledge of Allegiance.
Let us pray. Almighty God, we are grateful for this day. We thank you now for your grace and your mercy. We pray now your peace and your power upon all those who are gathered. Continue now to give our leaders your strength and direction. It is in your name that we humbly pray. Amen.
Amen. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. So, Commissioners, we have an agenda. Most of them, actually, I don't know about most, several of us plan to attend the homegoing service of Mayor Sam Massell, which begins at 3 o'clock. So it is my goal today, y'all listen? Yes, sir. It's my goal to finish our business by 2 p.m. That means shortening lunch and executive session and everything else. If we can keep our conversation germane and to the point, I would really appreciate it today. Thank you. Madam Clerk.
On page 2, consent agenda, 22-0166, adoption of the consent agenda. All matters listed on the consent agenda are considered routine by the County Commission and will be enacted by one motion. No separate discussion will take place on these items. If discussion of any consent agenda item is desired, the item will be moved to the recess meeting agenda for separate consideration.
Any items on the consent agenda to be held? None. I'll entertain a motion to approve the consent agenda. All right, motion to approve by Vice Chair Hausman, seconded by Commissioner Ellis. Please vote.
And the vote is open. And motion passes, 4 yeas, 0 nays. Mr. Chairman and members of the board, we have one item requested to be added to today's recess meeting agenda.
Speak up, Madam Clerk.
We have one item requested to be added to today's recess meeting agenda. Purchasing and Contract Compliance, 22-0203, requests approval of an ordinance pursuant to the Home Rule provision of the Georgia Constitution, amending the Fulton County Purchasing Code.
All right, to add, this requires a supermajority vote. This one is time sensitive, so I'd appreciate your favorable vote. Let's vote, please. Motion to approve by Commissioner Ellis, seconded by,
Is that just this item?
pardon me?
Because I had another request. If there's, is that just for this item
To add
only?
to the
Okay,
agenda.
all right.
All right, seconded by Commissioner Hall. Let's vote, please.
And the vote is open. And motion passes, 5 yeas, 0 nays. On page 4, recess meeting agenda, 22-0178, adoption of the recess meeting agenda. Mr. Chairman and members of the board, we have amendments to today's recess meeting agenda. Items to be revised. On page 5, 22-0180, presentation of proclamations and certificates. The proclamation recognizing 2021 Georgia Communications Conference Team of the Year Appreciation Day is sponsored by Commissioner Arrington. Proclamations to be included on today's recess meeting agenda. Proclamation recognizing Atlanta Spa Victims Remembrance Day, sponsored by Chairman Pitts and Commissioner Arrington, and World Down Syndrome Day, sponsored by Commissioner Ellis. And we also have an item to be amended on page 8, 22-0197. Request approval of the lowest responsible bidder to provide incontinence products. This item was revised to correct the requested action and include Exhibit 3, bid tabulation sheet. And the item that was to be moved up, the department has now requested to remove this item from today's recess meeting agenda. On page 7, 22-0193, Human Resource Management, request approval to implement recommendations of Phase 1 of the compensation study involving elected officials and key classification. This item will be removed from today's recess meeting agenda.
All right, any other items? Vice Chair Houseman?
Yes, I understand our desire to be done by 2:30, but seeing that we... 2 o'clock, seeing all of these proclamations and all of the other things that are on the agenda, I would like to request that another timely item, 22-0198,
What page?
on page 8, be moved up, perhaps immediately following the COVID items, so that we make sure we deal with that today.
Okay. No
Thank
problem.
you.
Anything else, Vice Chair? All right, Commissioner Hall?
Oh, I just wanted to let all of my colleagues know that as far as the proclamations, I'm going to make sure that that is done in a timely fashion. The first two that you see on the agenda are actually being presented to the same organization, so those will be read together. And then the block of women, they will be read together. And I will only read the most important parts that I can. It's also important, but I will read just a small portion of each one so that we can move through in a timely fashion, because we do want to honor the memory of our former and late Atlanta Mayor Sam Michel, whose funeral is being held today at 3 p.m. Thank you.
Other comments? All right, I'll entertain a motion to approve the agenda for today as amended. The motion to approve by Commissioner Hall, seconded by Commissioner Ellis. Please vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 5 yeas, 0 nays. 22-0179, ratification of minutes, recess meeting minutes, February 16th, regular meeting post-agenda minutes, March 2nd, and special call meeting post-agenda minutes, March 4th, 2022.
All right, motion to approve by Commissioner Ellis. Is there a second? Seconded by Commissioner Hall. Please vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 4 yeas, 0 nays.
Thank you.
On page 5, presentation of proclamations and certificates, 22-0180. First proclamation is recognizing the Atlanta Spa Victims Remembrance Day, sponsored by Chairman Pitts and Commissioner Arrington.
Good morning. Welcome. Thank you so much for coming. With all of the work that is going on in the world today, it's so important that we take time to remember those and remember incidents such as these that affect us all. Proclamation reads as follows: whereas since the outbreak of COVID-19, immigrant and refugee community leaders and civil rights organizations have reported an increase in bias, harassment, hate crimes, particularly against Asian Americans, African American, Hispanic, Latino, and other marginalized communities. And whereas on March 16, 2021, Metro Atlanta, the state of Georgia, and the United States collectively mourn the senseless murders of 8 individuals, 6 of them Asian, at the hand of a lone gunman. And whereas 1 year after the Metro Atlanta spa shootings, prevention is key to fighting anti-Asian hate crimes, and public safety officials recognize and encourage anyone who observes or are experiencing incidents of discrimination, harassment, or hate crimes to immediately contact their local authorities. And whereas President Biden declared his support for the proposed COVID-19 Hate Crimes Act to facilitate tackling the rise in anti-Asian crimes during the COVID-19 pandemic. And whereas those 8 Metro Atlanta victims who were once our family and neighbors will always be remembered. Delania Young, Paul Michaels, Zhao J. Tong, Dayo Fing, Hyeon Jung Grant, Sun Chu Kim, Soon Chung Park, and Young A.U. Now therefore be it resolved that the Fulton County Board of Commissioners continues to mourn the loss of our neighbors and our loved ones, and promotes inclusiveness, celebrates diversity, and rejects hate and bias in all forms, and does hereby proclaim Wednesday, March 16, 2022, as Atlanta Spa Victims Remembrance Day in Fulton County, Georgia.
Thank you very much. Since 2021, there's been an increase in violence against the Asian American community to the rate of 340%. This is something that needs to stop. In Atlanta, this is the city that has so much love that we don't have time to hate. The birthplace of the civil rights movement, we need to continue that forward. And I wanted to thank the city, the city of Atlanta, the metro area, and Fulton County for its support of the Asian American community. Thank you so much.
The next proclamations recognizing
Douglas.
National Nutrition Month and Registered Dietitian Nutritionist Appreciation Day, sponsored by Commissioner Hall.
Go ahead, go ahead.
Okay. All right, can I have the young lady who's going to be receiving this come up, please? Thank you. Welcome. It is an honor to present these proclamations, and thank you for contacting my office about them to make sure that the Board of Commissioners honors the registered dietitian nutritionist and recognizes the National Nutrition Month. And the proclamations read, whereas National Nutrition Month is an annual campaign created by the Academy of Nutrition and Dietitians, when everyone is invited to learn about making informed food choices and developing healthful eating and physical activity habits. And whereas the Academy of Nutrition and Dietetics is the world's largest organization of food and nutrition professionals, representing more than 112,000 credentialed practitioners that are committed to improving health and advancing their profession through research, education, and advocacy. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Fulton County Board of Commissioners recognizes the importance of proper nutrition, healthy eating, and supports the Academy of Nutrition and Dietetics in their efforts, and does hereby proclaim the month of March as National Nutrition Month in Fulton County, Georgia. And whereas registered dietitian nutritionists are the food and nutrition experts who can translate the science of nutrition into practical solutions for healthy living, and are advocates for advancing nutritional status of Americans and people around the world. And whereas registered dietitian nutritionists work throughout the community in hospitals, schools, public health clinics, nursing homes, fitness centers, food management and food industry, universities, research, and private practice. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Fulton County Board of Commissioners commend the dedication of registered dietitian nutritionists for their commitment to promoting science-based nutrition for optimum health for all citizens, and does hereby proclaim Wednesday, March 9th, 2022, as Registered Dietitian Nutritionist Day in Fulton County, Georgia. Congratulations.
Thank you.
That's all right.
Thank you, Commissioners. I wanted to say that I'm here on behalf of the Greater Atlanta Dietetic Association, which is open to all dietitian professionals to continue professional education and also to provide volunteer work and support to their communities. This year's National Nutrition Month theme was Celebrate a World of Flavors. And I can't think of a better gesture at this time where we need to embrace diversity and recognize that all cultural foods are a healthy eating plan. So thank you, Commissioners, for taking the time to recognize nutrition and its importance in the world. We understand that there are many social determinants of health, and our leadership are the gatekeepers and responsible for helping individuals get past their barriers to create a healthy community and more access for all. Thank you.
I'll just push that thing out. Right here.
The next proclamation is recognizing World Down Syndrome Day, sponsored by the full Board of Commissioners.
And ask You know, I got the wrong proclamation up here, but that's all right. I got it right here. This one doesn't say it, but I got it. So come on up here and join us. We got some folks from the Down Syndrome Association of Atlanta. And then also, if you are a parent of a Down syndrome child or a grandparent or a brother, sister, and you want to come down and join us, we'd welcome you as well. We've got some folks in the room. Come on down. All right, there we go. We're going to get this updated too. All right. All right. All right. We got Chief Yates come down here and join us. All right. Proclamation reads, whereas today there are an estimated 6 million people in Down syndrome worldwide, and approximately 1 in every 700 babies in the United States is born with Down syndrome, making it the most common chromosomal condition. And whereas education, social support, therapeutic care, and positive public attitudes improve each individual's chances of living an independent, productive, and satisfying life. And whereas World Down Syndrome Day is celebrated on March 21st of each year to represent the three copies of the 21st chromosome that occur in people with Down syndrome. And whereas Fulton County is committed to inclusive communities that allow all people to live to their fullest potential, while recognizing the need for supportive services, including housing, education, employment, and other community resources for people with Down syndrome and their families. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Fulton County Board of Commissioners recognizes the contributions of people in Fulton County with Down syndrome, as well as those who care for and support people with Down syndrome, and does hereby proclaim Monday, March 21, 2022, as 2022 World Down Syndrome Day in Fulton County, Georgia. And I've got some folks here with me who are with the Down Syndrome Association of Atlanta, right? As of Georgia, of Atlanta, and they're gonna say a few words about their organization and about World Down Syndrome Day.
Thank you so much. I'm Cheryl Arno, and I'm the executive director of the Down Syndrome Association of Atlanta, and we're so proud to be here today. Our role is to be a resource for families for a lifespan now, and we couldn't be more proud. Everything that you just said is that people want to be included and be a part of the community. And what's really exciting about individuals with Down syndrome now is they have the opportunity to go to college, get married, pay taxes, vote, all those things that everybody really wants to do. So we appreciate Fulton County for celebrating World Down Syndrome Day, and thank y'all again. And April.
Good morning. My name is April Forte. I am the mother of a 5-year-old with Down syndrome. I am also on the task force for the Black Down Syndrome Family Connection Group, which is under the Down Syndrome Association of Atlanta. We are striving to get the Black community more involved in activities around the Metro Atlanta area. Thank you guys so much for this opportunity and for recognizing World Down Syndrome Day.
The next proclamation is recognizing 2021 Georgia Communications Conference Team of the Year Appreciation Day, sponsored by Commissioner Arrington.
The proclamation reads as follows. Whereas the City of Atlanta Police Department E911 Communications Center is the largest in the Metro Atlanta area and receives, classifies, and prioritizes calls from the public and dispatches the calls that require police response within the city limits of Atlanta. And whereas Fulton County 911 handles 911 calls and dispatches emergency services, service responders in the cities of South Fulton, Fairburn, Chattahoochee Hills, Union City, Palmetto, and unincorporated Fulton County. And whereas the Atlanta Fulton Emergency Management Agency is a joint agency and the primary emergency management agency for Fulton County and the city of Atlanta. And whereas 2 back-to-back power outages threatened operations at the Atlanta E911 Operations Center, and these 3 teams coordinated responses across multiple levels, including technical assistance, space, and hospitality for displaced Atlanta E911 call operators, and provided seamless emergency operations. Now therefore be it resolved that the Fulton County Board of Commissioners congratulates the City of Atlanta Emergency 911 Center, Fulton County 911 Center, and the Atlanta Fulton County Emergency Management Agency for their joint recognition, for their collaboration, and does hereby proclaim today, Wednesday, March 16th, 2022, as the 2021 Georgia Communications Conference Team of the Year Appreciation Day in Fulton County, Georgia. Let's hear it for them.
Good morning. I wanted to thank first the Board of Commissioners and the Chair for the recognition, Commissioner Arrington especially. We do appreciate anytime we get recognized for a job well done, so thank you for that. Second, I want to thank my team. Sometimes working in this environment can be challenging. We did our best to make sure that communications throughout the region was effective and efficient, and I think we did that. So thanks to my team specifically. And third, I'd like to thank Matt Kallmeyer's team because he was obviously a big part of this award, as well as leaping into action like he always does as far as providing logistics and space and the EOC. So again, thank you very much, and I'll pass this over to Mr. Matt Kallmeyer. Thanks.
Just once again, thanks to the Board of Commissioners. I was trying to move it along as I heard the chairman's statement earlier. You know, the mayor said this best in Atlanta. We draw circles and not lines. This is a pure example of a circle. We want to make sure that we work seamlessly with our partners. When we did get the call for help, our team activated, Chris's team activated. Within 45 minutes, one of the individuals on our team built a whole new computer-aided dispatching process for the city of Atlanta. Some of those things are not really brought to the forefront, but there are a lot of work that was done to go ahead and make sure the 911 calls continue to be answered in the city. And that's what the county does, is make sure that all of our cities have that support and resources that they need to be successful. So thank you for recognizing us, and we do thank for this opportunity.
The next proclamations are recognizing Thernona Clayton, Carolyn M. Young, Police Chief Cassandra Jones, Dr. Christine King-Tharas, Pastor Jasmine Smothers, Dr. Rita Samuels, and Henrietta Antoine Appreciation Day, sponsored by Commissioner Hall.
Everyone who knows me knows it. I believe in collaboration over competition. I believe in not working in silos, but working together. And all of these women who are being honored today, they work together. They stand in unity. And so I will ask that all of the women being honored today come forward with all your guests and your family and your friends and stand in unity as I read your proclamations one by one. And as I said, their proclamations are very important. They have information in their proclamations that really need to be honored. But in lieu of time, we will read a short version of each proclamation to honor each one of these women. Hello, hello. Hello. Hello, good to see you. Come on down, we're gonna wait for you, and can we have more people on this side? We spread it out on each side evenly. Good morning. Good morning. Look at this beautiful crowd of people. Good morning. It's so good to see everyone. Good morning. Okay, now we need some people on this side now, so everybody's going over here. We got to even this out. All right, look at this. This is beautiful. And, oh, no. You cannot stand behind me. So whatever I have to do to make sure you're up here, I will move out of the way. And, oh, my goodness, my friend. Oh, okay. Let me make sure I'm not blocking anyone else. All right. So we have everyone. I see all the cameras. Let me make sure. I see Carol trying to get over here. Okay. All right. Let's begin. I'm starting with Dr. Christine King Ferris. Whereas Dr. Christine King Ferris, and can you step forward? Oh, you're here for her. Okay. Thank you so much. Dr. Christine King Ferris was born in Atlanta, Georgia, the eldest of 3 children to Martin Luther King Sr. and Alberta Christine Williams King, and is a lifetime member of Ebenezer Baptist Church, where her father preached when she was a child. And whereas Dr. Christine King Ferris graduated from Booker T. Washington High School, which her grandfather helped to found, and furthered her education at Spelman College, where her mother, grandmother, and great-aunt all matriculated. She earned her bachelor's degree in economics in 1948 and earned her first master's degree in social foundations of education from Columbia University, followed by her second master's degree in special education, also from Columbia University. And whereas Dr. King Ferris helped to establish the Martin Luther King Jr. National Historic Site in 1980 in honor of her brother and civil rights icon, Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., and she is the recipient of the Fannie Lou Hamer Award for her tireless work as a civil rights activist. And whereas Dr. King Ferris and her late husband, Isaac Newton Ferris Sr., were married in August of 1960 and had 2 children, Isaac Newton Ferris Jr. and Dr. Angela Christine Ferris Watkins. She is also the proud grandmother of 1 grandchild, Ferris Christine Watkins, who is present here today. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Fulton County Board of Commissioners, in commemoration of Women's History Month, recognizes Christine King Ferris for her activism and her dedication to the education of generations of young people in her community and beyond, and does hereby proclaim Wednesday, March 16th, 2022 as Dr. Christine King Ferris Appreciation Day in Fulton County, Georgia. Congratulations.
Well, I will just be very brief. Good morning, everyone. Good morning. I just must say, in this Women's Appreciation Month, I am standing amongst some of the most legendary women in the city of Atlanta and in this country and in this world. Thank you so much. I hold my grandmother's name, and my name is her name backwards. So I have great shoes to fill, but I talked to her this morning. I said, Grandmother, is there anything you would like to say to the people today? And she told me to tell y'all to read the 23rd Psalm. So thank you all.
Yes. One of my favorite Psalms, other than 1 Corinthians 13, about love, because we all need to live by love and peace and grace and mercy and forgiveness. The next proclamation is for Henrietta P. Antonine. Yes. Whereas Henrietta P. Antonine served as the Vice President of Corporate Affairs of the Atlanta Life Insurance Company, the nation's largest African-American stock-owned life insurance company. And whereas Henrietta Antonine coordinated Atlanta Life's art competition and exhibition that highlighted the art of Black artists who were historically locked out of many museums and national art competitions, her advocacy provided a stage for talented artists of color to exhibit their art and win cash prizes. And whereas Henrietta Antonine was appointed by Governor Roy Barnes as commissioner for the Martin Luther King Jr. holiday, and she was the founding president of the Atlanta Political Congress for Black Women, where Shirley Chisholm was the national chair. She's also a member of the Georgia Coalition of Black Women and serves on the boards of the Atlanta Rainbow Push Coalition Wall Street Project and the American Association of Insurance Professionals, among several other boards and committees. Whereas Henry Antonine has been honored by several organizations and publications, including being named one of America's top 100 Black business and professional women by Dollars and Cents magazine, one of the 100 most promising Black corporate women by Ebony magazine, and was named one of Atlanta's Women of Influence by the Atlanta Business League, as well as inductee to the Hall of Fame. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Fulton County Board of Commissioners, in commemoration of Women's History Month, recognizes Henrietta P. Antonine for her tireless service and activism in the Atlanta business community, and does hereby proclaim Wednesday, March 16th, 2022, as Henrietta P. Antonine Appreciation Day in Fulton County, Georgia. Congratulations.
Good morning, and thank you very much for this honor. It is always gratifying to be recognized. I had no knowledge of this until the day before yesterday, but I'm still grateful, and I say thank you very much.
Surprise! And the next proclamation is for Dr. Rita Jackson Samuels, the late Dr. Rita Jackson Samuels. And don't cry, you're gonna make me cry. She was actually the original get out the vote person. She literally did it without computers, without social media. She did it as a foot soldier. So it is an honor to present this. Whereas in 1971, Dr. Rita Jackson Samuels was appointed Governor Jimmy Carter's coordinator of the Governor's Council on Human Relations, making her the first Black woman in Georgia's history to serve on the personal staff of a Georgia governor. And whereas Dr. Rita Samuels worked as a consultant with the Carter White House staff in 1977, as well as with the Community Services Administration in 1983. She served as director of Mayor Andrew Young's Office of Citizens and Community Affairs, and she served on the national board of a national anti-poverty rural development agency. And whereas Dr. Rita Samuels was the first woman to serve on the Georgia State Election Board, was appointed the state Martin Luther King Jr. Holiday Commission, and she lobbied for and served as the first chair of the Georgia Commission on Women. And whereas Dr. Rita Samuels was selected by the Atlanta Business League as one of the 100 most influential Black women in Atlanta in 1977 and 1998, and she served on the board of the National Women's History Museum and was selected by former First Lady Rosalind Carter as a Rosalind Carter Fellow at the Institute of Women's Studies at Emory University. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Fulton County Board of Commissioners, in commemoration of Women's History Month, recognizes Rita Jackson Samuels for a life of integrity and advocacy for civil rights, and does hereby proclaim Wednesday, March 16th, 2022, as Dr. Rita Jackson Samuels Appreciation Day in Fulton County, Georgia.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning, ladies. It warms my heart to stand here. My name is Paris Murphy Doctor. I am the niece of the late Dr. Rita Jackson Samuels. This month, March, was very important to my aunt because this is the month that she celebrated women in history, and she held her annual program during this month. This month also commemorates the 4th year of her passing. So I'm so honored to stand here. Thank you, commissioners. Thank you, ladies. I see so many familiar faces, and I'm just happy to be among so many wonderful people. Thank you.
You're welcome. And I want to ask the camera people to make sure that we get one full picture of all of us standing together in solidarity. This is a wonderful moment to commemorate. And the next proclamation is for Pastor Jasmine Rose Smothers. Oh gosh, come on up. I'm so tall, I'm like a tree. And the proclamation reads, whereas Pastor Jasmine Rose Smothers is the first woman, the first person of color, and the youngest lead pastor of the historic Atlanta First United Methodist Church's 175-year history. Yes. And whereas Pastor Smothers is a native of Atlanta, Georgia, and earned her bachelor's degree in political science from Spelman College and her Master of Divinity degree from Emory University's Candler School of Theology. And whereas Pastor Smothers has served as Associate Director for Congregational Vitality through the Office of Connectional Ministries in the North Georgia Conference of the United Methodist Church, and she has served the United Methodist Church as a member of the United Methodist Commission of Religion and Race, the Ministry Study Commission, and several task forces on ministry with young people. And whereas Pastor Smother is 2015-2016 Lewis Center for Church Leadership Community Fellow, a 2018 alumni for Lead Atlanta, and in 2017, she was inducted into Morehouse College's prestigious Martin Luther King Jr. Board of Preachers, among several other accolades. I hear people say, mm-hmm. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Fulton County Board of Commissioners, in commemoration of Women's History Month, recognize Pastor Jasmine Smothers for her community advocacy and her commitment to the spiritual enrichment of her community, and does hereby proclaim Wednesday, March 16th, 2022, as Pastor Jasmine Smothers Appreciation Day in Fulton County, Georgia.
Wow, thank you so much. It's a joy and a privilege to stand among these legends this morning that I've watched and grown up alongside. So thank you so much. We are building affordable housing on Peachtree Street, and we'd love to have you join that movement as we continue to impact our city that we love so much for good. Thanks so much for this honor.
And thank you for that affordable housing. It's something that we need in the city of Atlanta. And the next proclamation is for Cassandra A. Jones. Cassandra A. Jones. Oh, come over here. Whereas Cassandra A. Jones is the first and only woman to achieve the rank of Chief of Police in the Fulton County Police Department, and the first woman to hold the rank of Chief of Police of the Union City Police Department. Whereas Chief Jones attended Rutgers University and at the end of her freshman year was recruited on campus by the U.S. military and graduated with honors from the Military Police School, she was chosen by the Provost Marshal to be one of the first 2 women and first Black women to report to the Fort McPherson Military Police. Yes, and whereas Chief Jones was hired by the Fulton County Police Department in 1979 and became the first woman chief, she was the first woman promoted to the rank of sergeant, the first woman lieutenant, the first woman captain, the first woman promoted to major, and the first woman deputy chief. Now, how is that for first? Whereas Chief Jones earned her Bachelor of Science degree in Criminal Justice from Georgia State University, where she served as the battalion commander for the ROTC program and was also employed with the campus police. And she's a graduate of the Public Leadership Institute at Mercer University, the Georgia Law Enforcement Command College, and earned her master's degree in public administration from Columbus State University. And Chief Jones is a member of Phi Kappa Phi Honor Society, the Georgia Association of Chiefs of Police, the International Association of Chiefs of Police, and the National Organization of Black Law. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Fulton County Board of Commissioners, in observance of Women's History Month, recognizes Chief Cassandra Jones for her trailblazing career in law enforcement and does hereby proclaim Wednesday, March 16th, 2022 as Police Chief Cassandra A. Jones Appreciation Day in Fulton County, Georgia.
Good morning, everyone. I'm so surprised. I didn't know I was going to be among such heavy hitters. It's an honor to be here with all of you guys. And I'd like to say I was just blessed by the grace of God to become the example. It was just a blessing. Not only was I blessed by the grace of God to become that person, also the blessing of having such family support, co-worker support, and friends. Wouldn't have made it without that. And I'd like to say also, thank you for the entire Board of Commissioners, especially Commissioner Hall, for recognizing me with this proclamation. And it's kind of fitting because, as you may have heard, I felt like I grew up in the Fulton County government. And not only that, but that's where I spent the majority of my law enforcement career. So thank you so very much for this honor.
You're welcome. And the next proclamation is for Carolyn Mclean Young. Whereas Carolyn Mclean Young is one of Atlanta's first ladies as the wife of Ambassador Andrew Young, and in her own right is an outstanding civic leader, fundraiser, and retired executive and educator. And whereas Carolyn Young is the vice chair of the Andrew J. Young Foundation and also is the executive director of Andrew Young Presents, the foundation's Emmy Award-winning series of 17 documentaries highlighting Africa, the civil rights movement, and other social issues and themes. And whereas Carolyn Young is a retired executive with the Atlanta-based Good Works International, LLC, a leading global advisory firm that offers international market access and political risk analysis in key emerging markets within Africa and the Caribbean. And she's a retired educator, having educated 5th and 7th graders in Atlanta public school system for 30 years. Yes, and whereas, that's a feat right there. Whereas Carolyn Young earned her Bachelor of Science degree in Sociology and Elementary Education from Clark College in Atlanta and her Master of Science degree in Elementary Education from Georgia State University. And whereas Carolyn Young raised an endowment of more than $1.3 million for the Andrew Young School of Public Policy at Georgia State University, where she serves on the board of advisors and is the sponsor for the Carolyn Young Mentor Walk at Agnes Scott College in Decatur. I actually did that walk. Carolyn Young is a member of Delta Sigma Theta Sorority Incorporated. Had to pause, make sure there were some in here. Buckhead Cascade chapter of the Links Incorporated and Union Baptist Church, and serves on several boards, including Clark Atlanta University Board of Trustees, the United Negro College Fund, Andrew and Walter Young YMCA, among many others. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Fulton County Board of Commissioners is in commemoration of Women's History Month, recognizes Carolyn Young for her years of service and philanthropy in Atlanta, and does hereby proclaim Wednesday, March 16th, 2022 as Carolyn Mclean Young Appreciation Day in Fulton County, Georgia.
Thank you so much to the Board of Commissioners, and especially to Natalie Hall, my friend. I want to say anything that I've done because of God and my family and my host of friends that are here, I love you. You have done so much to push me forward, and you sometimes stayed backward. But you, I love you, and I want to let you know this is one of the greatest honors I have ever received. Thank you.
Oh my God. Oh, don't y'all start crying. All right, Mr. Nona, you always say I steal your boyfriends. You know you are my friend. And I just have to give a plug for the Zernona Clayton movie that will be played on FGTV this month for Women's History Month. Please watch it. We're on 3 stations on Comcast Xfinity. And your proclamation reads, whereas Miss Zernona Clayton was born in Muskogee, Oklahoma, and moved to Atlanta, Georgia in 1965 when civil rights leader Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. expressed a need for help, and consequently, she worked closely with Dr. and Mrs. King during the civil rights movement. And whereas Ms. Clayton began a pioneering television career in 1967, becoming the first Black person to host a regularly scheduled television program and serving as corporate vice president for urban affairs of Turner Broadcasting, where she was employed for 30 years. And whereas Ms. Clayton is the founder, president, and CEO of the Trumpet Awards Foundation, Incorporated, and creator and executive producer of the foundation's Trumpet Awards, a prestigious event televised annually and distributed internationally to over 185 countries around the world, highlighting African American accomplishments and contributions. And whereas Ms. Clayton created the International Civil Rights Walk of Fame in 2004 to give recognition to those courageous soldiers of justice who sacrificed and struggled to make equality a reality for all. And whereas Ms. Clayton opened the Zernona Clayton School in the Ashanti region of Ghana to not only provide quality education to children in the area, but to also promote educational and cultural programs between the students and their counterparts in the United States. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Fulton County Board of Commissioners commend the trailblazing career accomplishments of Zernona Clayton in commemoration of Women's History Month, and does hereby proclaim Wednesday, March 16th, 2022 as Zernona Clayton Appreciation Day in Fulton County, Georgia.
I took my mask off.
No, I want them to see you. Don't get behind there.
I want to be seen with all these women, all these good-looking women, so here I am. Thank you. And when I come back again, I want to wear a dress just like Carolyn Young wore the other night at her husband's birthday party. That was the most gorgeous dress. I'm delighted anytime you get a moment to share with women. I believe in the spirit of all of these women, and not just because they're women. I tell people all the time, you're not successful because you're a woman. You are success because you're good, and you are talented. And so everybody ought to want you, if they've got good sense, to hire you. Thank you so much for this moment. And I want all the men who are my boyfriends to share in the photos also. But thank you. And Natalie, I want you to know that all of you commissioners make us proud, because I watch you on television when you have your meetings, and you do it with such aplomb and efficiency. So congratulations to all the members of the board. Thank you very much for this honor.
Thank you. Thank you. And last but not least, Sadie G. Mays. Sadie G. Mays, who's here to receive that? Come on down, please join us. This is about unity. Good to see you again. Oh, my, look who we have. Our former county attorney, Patrice Perkins Hooker. Good to see you. All right, and the proclamation reads, whereas Sadie G. Mays was born in Gray, Georgia in 1900 and graduated from Payne College in Augusta and earned her master's degree in sociology from the University of Chicago and built a distinguished career as a social worker and professor before her marriage to Dr. Benjamin E. Mays. And whereas during the 1940s, long-term health care services were inadequate for African Americans who were ill and homeless, and prior to Medicaid and Medicare, those in need of long-term care services we placed in the county-operated almshouse or privately owned boarding homes. And whereas in 1946, a group of African American church women formed the Interdenominational Committee to the House, the Age for the purpose of providing more effective care for the sick and homeless, and Sadie G. Mays was elected president, and the new nursing home was named Happy Haven, accepting its first residents on March 24th, 1947. And whereas Sadie G. Mays was admitted to Happy Haven Nursing Home during the summer of 1969 and died there on October 10th, 1969, and in December of 1972, the Board of Directors elected to change the facility's name to the Sadie G. Mays Memorial Nursing Home in honor of its founder. And in January 1997, the name of the facility was changed to Sadie G. Mays Health and Rehabilitation Center and is accredited by Medicare, Medicaid, the Veterans Administration, the state of Georgia, and the Joint Commission. And with its current staff of approximately 165 employees, it has been named the U.S. News and World Report's Best Nursing Homes list 3 times. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Fulton County Board of Commissioners recognizes Sadie G. Mays for her dedication to the disadvantaged citizens in our community and celebrates the 75th anniversary of the center's opening and does hereby proclaim Wednesday, March 16th, 2022 as Sadie G. Mays Health and Rehabilitation Day in Fulton County, Georgia. Congratulations.
I'm Samuel Baycoat, and I chair the board as Sadie Mays. On behalf of my fellow board members, I want to thank the entire BOC this morning. As a nonprofit, we're always looking for outside help. We just can't do it without you. And so Fulton County has been there with us. In fact, you granted us the deed for this facility 75 years ago. You've been there with us for all these 75 years, you've been there with us. We appreciate that. You've helped us by granting us a CDBG grant annually for more than the last 25 years. You helped us with testing during the pandemic. You've also loaned us some of your former talent, as you see over here, to join our board. We appreciate that. And all of that has helped us make the case to keep our doors open, to go out on our largest capital campaign ever of over $7 million. And I'm pleased to report, this is the good part here, I'm pleased to report we've already raised more than $3 million of that goal. So we're on the way, and we look forward to seeing you in the next 25 years for our 100. Thank you, Commissioner. Appreciate it.
You're so welcome. Let's move this out of the way and take one big picture of everybody. Please don't leave. Stay and take the picture with us.
picture right there.
All right, Madam Clerk, continue, please.
Continuing on page 5, public hearings, 22-0181, public comment. Citizens wishing to participate in public comment will be allowed to appear in person or may choose to participate virtually via Zoom video conferencing or by submitting their comment in writing online by registering on the county website, www.fultoncountyga.gov. Speakers will be granted up to 2 minutes each. The public will not be allowed to yield or donate time to other speakers. The public comment portion of the meeting will not exceed 30 minutes. In the event 30-minute time limit is reached prior to public comments being completed, public comment will be suspended and the business of the BOC meeting will commence. Public comment will resume at the end of the meeting. Mr. Chairman and members of the board, we will start with the speakers here in Assembly Hall. We have received 13 speaker cards. Will the first 5 speakers please come down? Dr. Arthur Ferdinand, Robert H. Kelly, Al Bartel, Susan Ortiz Balojos, and Suzanne Hubbard.
Thank you. Now, speakers, it is 11:06 a.m. You are allowed up to 2 minutes. When you have 15 seconds remaining, I'll say 15 seconds. That will be your key to conclude your remarks. Let's go. It's 11:07, Commissioners.
Good morning. My name is Robert H. Kelly, Chief of Staff for the Mighty 6th District and candidate for District 5 Commissioner. For the sake of the public, here's my request for leave of absence, taking an hour of vacation time so that I'm not using county time to make this public comment. My question is simple. How low can you go? To put in legislation at the 11th hour, sending it at 8:45, one that targets the District 6 office, knowing that Commissioner Khadijah will not be here, specifically targeting me as an employee simply because I chose to exercise my right to run as against one of your peers for commissioner. The public has not even had a chance to look at what this legislation says, which it says that it limits the ability for me, making it that I have to resign in order to continue running. You know, the reason why people like me are running is because they're tired of you guys doing things like this. This is suppression. If this was truly about making it fair and not making sure that people had an unfair advantage, then Chairman Pitts should resign, Lee Moore should resign, and Commissioner Arrington should be resigning. If they have more personal knowledge and privileged knowledge than any employee. So to make it that employees have to resign in order to run, it's not right.
15 seconds.
Furthermore, if we think about this, we have a mayor that has ran. We have council people that have ran and actually sit and work in Fulton County. The fact that you are trying to penalize me for exercising my right, the people see what's happening. And it's not gonna work. Thank you.
Members of the Board of Commission, Fulton County, my name is Al Bartel, management consultant of 30 years serving Fulton County and other counties of the state of Georgia. We, as neighborhood, community, faith, and small business leaders and other participants, as well as citizens, we have a concern. Our concern is if this legislation passes, the Fulton County Commission will send a message to all of the judges that the Fulton County Commission has determined that all Fulton County employees will commit a felony if they run for office against a Fulton County Commissioner. We have a concern that this will send a message to all of the members of law enforcement that the Fulton County Commission has determined that all Fulton County employees will commit a felony if they run for office against a Fulton County Commissioner. This will send a message to all of the State House members of the state of Georgia, a message to all of the members of the State Senate of the state of Georgia, a message to all of the members of the U.S. Congress and U.S. senators that represent Georgia, that the employees of Fulton County are so diabolical, so egregious, and so evil in nature that the only thing between them and the malicious intent to create a felony is the Fulton County Commission. It is in this context that I pray that this legislation shall not pass.
Good morning, public servants. Thank you for serving. My name is Susan Ortiz Villajos, but according to Dover Solutions, I am Ortiz Susan Villejon. I guess I should be happy to say that I was contacted since I was a poll worker for the previous elections. Happy Faces must have sent over my contact information, so that process worked. Although my name was butchered, but I thought I would keep you updated on how things are going. My first contact for poll working was from Fulton County, and that was already on February 8th, and I was able to sign up for training for Election Day and choose my location for training. Both emails from Dover and the county went to junk mail, however, and I would suggest the county and Dover lets us know from whom to expect an email when they call, and we can store them in our safe sender list. The contacts I am now juggling, since I want to work the whole election early and day of, are from Tezra Holmes, Marie Wright, Keisha somebody, and Alexis Wicker. So again, it would be a whole lot easier with just one contact from the county, no personnel agency. I have not yet heard anything about training dates or locations from Dover. A positive step I see is putting the post-training surveys online. It is a bit awkward to hand the person who just led the training a survey on how they did, especially if it is unfavorable, and who knows, it could end up in the trash. So this is a good idea to do online surveys. Now, the excitement about this new elections warehouse does not sound so good to me when I heard the location is South Fulton Parkway.
15 seconds.
I looked it up. It seems to be on the extreme far end of Fulton County, not centrally located, and I believe there's no MARTA access. With the high price of gas, the location should be considered, for employees will have to travel quite far to get there. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Suzanne Hubbard. I have been watching and occasionally coming to these meetings for a while now, just observing. Watching these meetings has been very eye-opening and a bit disheartening. You allow 30 minutes for public comment, which is nice, but I watch some of you on your phone the whole time or even leave entirely during public comment. There are so many that come out here taking time from work, etc., to be heard. They make suggestions, ask questions, plead for help. It seems like some of you are just putting up with us, barely listening. The homeless, a closed shelter. I was shocked to see how many homeless are living in tents downtown. It is very sad. But supposedly there is a lot of money allocated to help. Where is the transparency? Where is the accountability? Why is so much money dedicated to elections, even more than last year? There are items added to the meeting agenda, even last minute, to add even more money. Why? Occasionally, you seem to throw us a bone and offer, and other times it seems like it's just a workaround. Why? Don't you live here too? Doesn't your family live here? What about the effect of the COVID policies that have had on our families, and more importantly, our children? Data is coming out daily and being censored. This is not a partisan issue. This is a we the people issue. We are seeing all of our rights being slowly chipped away. I know I'm only one person, but I know without a shadow of a doubt I represent many others. Sadly, it feels like you do not think you need our votes. But if the roles were reversed,
15
I
seconds.
think that you would want your voice to be heard. I hope at least some of you feel my heart through my words today. We need to work together. Thank you for your time.
Next 5 speakers, Kevin Muldowney, Jane Shape, Jason Frazier and Lucia Frazier, and Sandra Burkhart.
Hi, Kevin Muldowney, Alpharetta, Georgia. Mentioned in the agenda is the concept open and responsible government. Yet Ms. Woolard, when asked for a line-by-line explanation of the BRE's bloated budget, she's replied it's all online. We looked. We finally found it, but it wasn't easy. Could this be by design? You tell me. I also understand there has recently been over 11,000 voter registration challenges submitted to Ms. Woolard. If only 50% of these yield valid challenges, that in itself could save the county the equivalent of 2 entire precincts in equipment and associated support personnel. A common theme has been that we need to adequately fund the BRE. The reality is the BRE's budget is out of control. We need to find a director that will manage this behemoth efficiently, and perhaps we can use the cost savings in other important ways, such as helping the homeless become productive citizens or adequately funding our uniformed officers so that they are free to do their jobs and keep those same citizens safe in their county. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Jane Chapey, and I'm a resident of Fulton County. And first of all, I just want to say how wonderful those proclamations were. Thank you so much for taking the time to bring those people to our attention. It was so rewarding. But I'm here today to ask you to support the Board of Elections with all the resources that they need to help them do the training, get the equipment. We know that we are going to be under great scrutiny in Fulton County during this year's elections, and we want to be able to stand up to that scrutiny. I also want you to continue to look for a new director for our Board of Elections. The State Elections Board needs help to be helping counties like Fulton to get ready for the elections. Fulton County has more voters of color than any other county, and our community is the most targeted by the big lie. Please keep the focus on running respectable and fair elections that, like the last one, can stand up to the scrutiny that we all know will come. Please assist the State Elections Board to do their job as required and to not be distracted by partisan politics. Thanks so much.
Hello, my name is Jason Frazier, and I'm here to ask that you guys help the Elections Department to clean the voter rolls and start looking over them and maintaining them properly. I happen to have discovered that there are piles of people with duplicate voter registrations on our rolls today. I turned in almost 12,000 of those registrations earlier this week. Luckily, the vast majority of those people have not voted more than one time, but some of them have, which should show emphasis on why we need to be cleaning our voter rolls. One particular person I discovered had registered to vote 5 times, each one of those as an active voter. As you guys know, each 250 people approximately requires 1 BMD. So whenever you're talking numbers this high, you're talking several BMDs, as many as 20, 25 BMDs could be removed if all of these duplicate voters get removed. I'm never asking for a legitimate voter to be removed. Whenever one person is registered 5 times, obviously the other 4 need removed. That costs us a lot of resources and opens the opportunity for fraud to happen. So again, my biggest thing here is we need to start looking at these in a lot more detail. I've also discovered lots of people that are deceased still on the rolls. I know the state is supposed to be cleaning these off. They're not. Maybe they're getting some, but obviously they're not getting all of them. If I'm able to simply just Google the people that are supposedly 120 years old, find their obituary and turn them in. as well as there are piles of people registered at UPS stores, PO boxes, et cetera, and thousands of people at business addresses that I'll be turning in soon. So again, help clean up the voter rolls so we don't have
15
risk.
seconds.
Thank you.
Good morning, Lucia Frazier. I'd like to say I have a lot of positive feedback on the outreach that I've seen in the cities for poll workers in Alpharetta, and there's ones coming up all over Fulton County, so I really do appreciate that. They have a great presentation. I went through it, and then I signed up that way. And they also have the ability to sign up for advanced voting and to be part-time for that time. So thank you for hearing us on that. I'd like to echo the continued cost reduction by maintaining voter rolls. I think you have over-supported the elections department. And finally, we the people are not separated by race or by color. Do not despair. I know that there are bad actors out there and bad media that makes it look like we're not connected, but we actually are. We're all aligned. I found the best way to get to know the truth is just to talk to people. So I definitely appreciate this public comment time. And it's to be able to hold each other accountable to the virtues. Thank you.
My name is Sandra Burkhart. I live in Fulton County. I am representing, in a way, Voter GA. It is a nonpartisan 501c3 registered nonprofit organization created for a coalition of citizens working to restore election integrity in Georgia. We advocate for independently verifiable, auditable, recount-capable, and transparent elections. I'd like to share some information that was stated at a press conference that was held. Sorry, just a moment. On March the 7th of 2022, Voter GA had a press conference where they announced and provided more conclusive evidence showing Fulton 2020 election results were electronically manipulated. Georgians cannot trust their 2020 election results. There were 15 points that now analyzed the documents and gave clear, irrefutable evidence of how the November 2020 Fulton County election results were electronically manipulated. The analysis was based on a year-long study of ballot images conducted by an expert-laden volunteer research team. The ballot images researched was made possible last year when Georgia legislature passed the Senate Bill 202, which
15
made
seconds.
ballots, images, public records. I have a copy of the 15 points, and I would love it if you would fact-check all this information. Thank you for your time.
Last three speakers in Assembly Hall, please come down. James Davenport, Michael Colbrook, and Maggie Goldman.
Good morning, everybody. First, giving honor to God, who I oftentimes call my conductor. I don't have a PhD, but I do have a GOD. And that God in me is telling me something. The Hit and Run Hip Foundation is actually, it's actually based on the fact that my brother was killed December 13, 2013. June 17, 2017, his first son took his own life. January 1, 2019, his second son took his own life. Therefore, I have relaunched the Hit and Run Hip Foundation. Commissioner Hall, I called your office, asked you to assist me in obtaining funds from the county. I have not received a phone call. I called your assistant, Anita Harris. I still have yet to receive a phone call. I talked personally to Commissioner Khadijah Rockmart. I received a call from, no, I did not receive a call from her particular assistant. I did call her office. I was told there would be a meeting set up. No meeting. Something's wrong in Fulton County. It seems like if you're not part of a clique, you get no service. Something has to change. I mean, I live my life tooting the horn for other people. Some of you may have seen me on television sometimes. I'm always about helping someone else. Commissioner Hall, I had just finished bragging on you concerning the fact that you did return calls. My colleague Lee Gee and I have some things going on that we need assistance. And I'm ashamed of the
15
county.
seconds.
I'm ashamed of the county that we cannot get assistance because we are not a part of a clique. Thank you so much.
Good morning. Michael Coolbroth, resident Fulton County since '96. And I'm speaking to line item 0189 regarding request for additional in-state car rental in the amount $300,000 regarding the elections. And I just want details on that because already in the budget, $40 million budget, there's already two amounts of $160,000. So just curious why there's an additional amount, and it dovetails into the point made here by several speakers in that with everything going on with the amount of absentee ballots, duplication of absentee ballots in the almost 11,000 that were presented by Mr. Frazier. He mentioned it, and it's worth mentioning again, that the savings by cleaning up the ballots and the rolls would more than offset this additional money that's being requested. And gosh, it's money that could go to help people with gas, help people with affordable housing, I mean, anywhere else. So we talk about transparency, and quickly, my first time here ever was last month with the Vote on Happy Faces, the outreach source for the voting last year. And it was encouraged that there was a lot of issues going on. People weren't getting paid. And
15 seconds.
Were they trained? And it was unanimously approved again. And then that changed without explanation that someone else was accepted, other groups. Thank you for your time.
Hello, Maggie Goldman, Johns Creek, District 1. I'm here to ask you about the budget again. I remember when Dick Anderson gave you several options when we talked about the budget in November, that it is possible for you to discuss the budget and set it before you set the millage rate. It might take a little bit of extra work to get that done, but I think that that is the best way. In fact, I believe in the discussion of the community service grants, Commissioner Pitts, there was an attempt to try to get those settled earlier and not necessarily wait till the last minute to decide on everyone's desires for that. And one way to help everyone get their community service grants settled ahead of time is to have the budget set earlier in the year for the next year, so that when you set the millage rate, you are confident that everything you want to pay for is in there, including paying for staff that deserve to be paid competitively, and so that we can retain and hire. How many different departments have to come to our meetings and beg for money to be competitive and retain staff? That is not the way we should run our county. We should be paying our staff in a way that they can afford to live and work for us. I know that there's going to be more money available with the tax digest this year. I know that when they do the assessments, you have an estimate of what that will look like, because even after all the appeals are done, you still don't have them done in November when you set the budget. So you can get an idea of what the millage rate is going to look like and what the tax digest is going to look like in time to do it before you do the millage rate. I expect there might be a higher level of appeals this year because the 2021 sales were pretty high.
15
so
seconds.
I think there will be more funds even if you don't change the millage rate, to pay our staff what they deserve to be paid and increase our community service grants to the way that we want to see them. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman and members of the board, we have 8 speakers on Zoom and 1 email in comment.
Good morning, Commissioners. The first person to speak is Ben Howard.
Greetings, Commissioners and staff, and special greetings to you citizens of Fulton County. Ben Howard, Senior Advocate, Public Policy Analyst. There is a notion that needs to be nipped in the bud before it goes any further. The Fulton County Commission on Elder Affairs meets on the second Friday of the month from 12:30 to 2 p.m. under the guidance of the Fulton County Department of Senior Services. Members of the Commission on Elder Affairs include representatives of each county commissioner, representatives from North Fulton and South Fulton Senior Services, and some representatives from the Council on Aging. Someone has come up with the bright idea that meeting 18 hours a year is a bit too much and is recommending that the Commission on Elder Affairs bylaws be changed in April so there will be no meeting during the month of December and the meeting hours can be cut back from 18 a year to 16 and a half hours a year. Our commissioners don't stop meeting in December. The need for food deliveries to seniors doesn't stop in December. Crime and criminals don't stop in December. Commission on Elder Affairs and Department of Senior Services, please leave those bylaws alone.
The next person to speak is Candace Stockham. Candace Stockham.
Hello, everyone. My name is Candace, and I live in District 5. And I'm just here to say, well, thank you for your time. And I'd like for you to, for the commissioners to please continue to support the Board of Elections in any way that you can, staffing, finances, and then also just try your best to find a director for the Board of Elections. I really do feel that that'll assist us and be able to manage the funds appropriately. Thank you.
The next person to speak is Crafton Langley.
Good morning. My name is Crafton Langley, and I'm a resident of Fulton County. I request the Fulton Board of Commissioners support the Board of Elections by giving them resources as needed to sufficiently staff the 2022 voting cycle. I also strongly advocate that the Board of Elections should focus on the search for a new elections director in preparation for the upcoming elections and not be distracted from its important work by political concerns. Mr. Pitts and commissioners, thank you for this opportunity to speak.
The next person to speak is Jane Zelick.
Hi, this is Jane Zelick. I am appreciative of this opportunity to speak with you all today. I would like to advocate, as others have, for robust, fully funded budgets for the Fulton County Board of Elections. We need sufficient trained staff for processing ballots and challenges, for voting, for equipment, for adequate training and testing of that equipment and processes to run a fair and smooth election. Also, please don't allow yourselves to be distracted by political concerns in the focus for the new election director in preparation for the upcoming election. I understand Mr. Barron's contract expires at the end of the month, and I'm hopeful that there will not be a disruption or delay in the flow as we have an election coming up very quickly. Thanks so much for your service to our citizens of this county. You're very much appreciated, commissioners. Thank you.
The next person to speak is Lauren Waits.
Good morning. My name is Lauren Waits. I'm a resident of District 3. I am also speaking in support of the full budget for the Board of Elections. We are excited about the opportunity to participate in the upcoming primary and hope that the Board of Elections will continue to receive all the support from the Board of Commissioners that it needs to keep on doing its job. Thank you.
The next person to speak is Lowry DeMorest.
Good morning. This is Laurie Demarest, and I appreciate the opportunity to speak. I want to support the statements made by the folks who were asking the board to fully fund the Board of Elections. And I see on the agenda you have one opportunity to do that today with the approval of the car rental contract. So I would ask that you do that. Thank you for the opportunity to speak.
The next person to speak is Mrs. Rohr. Mrs. Rohr. Okay. With that being said, I believe that is all of the Zoom participants in public comment.
What else?
We have one emailed comment.
The one email comment is from Sheila Hamilton. Greetings, commissioners. As a 40-year resident of District 6, I applaud and appreciate most of your decisions, but I am baffled as to why proclamations are off time given an hour on your agenda while public comments gets 30 minutes. Also, why are there no evening commission meetings? Why is there no oversight committee of the sheriff's office where women have few of the contracts and families of detainees are prostituted being charged ridiculous charges and fees for phone calls, tablets, and supplemental food purchases? What is the budget for the homeless? Commissioners, have y'all not noticed all the people living under bridges and in parks in downtown Atlanta? These citizens I call out who are incarcerated or homeless don't matter to you, commissioners, because they probably don't vote. They are God's children and must be treated in a humane and moral way. I say this, Fulton County Commission, if you know better, you ought to do better. Last, I applaud Richard Barron and all poll workers whose lives are threatened as a result of the last election in 2020. Poll workers must be a paid job, not a volunteer job, as many North Fulton citizens who come to these meetings have suggested. These citizens who live in their $300,000 homes and $150,000 average household incomes need a reality check to facts, not fiction, and real-life experiences of the marginalized and disenfranchised. Thank you.
No further speakers.
All right, next item.
Bottom of page 5, under public hearings, 22-0182, finance. Public hearing to accept and consider public comments regarding modifications to the fee schedule for the Environmental Health Division of the Fulton County Board of Health and request approval of such modified fee schedule.
All right, we open the public hearing. Anyone here to speak on this item?
Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Galen Baxter. I'm the District Environmental Health Director for the Fulton County Board of Health, and I'm just here to answer any questions if you might have.
All right, just a minute. Anyone here from the public to speak on this issue? Now we'll close the public hearing. Come back up, sir.
I don't have any comments. I'm just here to answer questions.
No comment. Any questions, commissioners? Commissioner Ellis?
Just real briefly, I appreciate the background that you had provided us and kind of understand kind of the stuff that outlined for the changes. Generally, these are inflationary changes, you know, in terms of the different fees. Just a quick question for you. I know we've got a lot of things that need to be inspected, and we have some seasonal sort of inspection things that do occur coming up, one of which is pool inspections. And I know we've just like in other areas, we've got some staffing related challenges, and I just want to make sure that you feel like we're in good shape to be able to address, you know, kind of that sort of seasonal issue, which will kind of be popping up here pretty soon.
Well, Currently, I have 12 vacancies still, but we are advertising for those, so we're hoping to have those filled within the next month or two. We do have some new staff that are being finalized with their training, so they will be able to be released out for the pool season. It will be challenging. I don't know that I have enough staff at this point to completely, handle everything, but we're going to do the best we can with what we have.
All right. Well, thank you, and I appreciate your responsiveness on some issues that we've recently had that cropped up, and you guys were very accommodating to get those addressed for citizens. So thank you for that.
All right, Vice Chair Houseman.
Yes, just really quick, I know we had the opportunity to talk yesterday about this. Could you just, for the benefit of the public, just in like 30 seconds, talk about how long it's been since these fees have been altered and just what led you to bring this to us today?
Sure, no problem. So usually the Board of Health typically raises fees every 5 to 7 years, depending on inflation, just to try to keep up with that. And the last time these fees were updated was in 2015. And so just to keep up with that current rate, that's what we were looking at, trying to raise our fees for about 8 to 10% instead of going up to what the 13.69% would have been over that time period. And also, to help kind of clarify what some of our fees are, the way they're currently listed. We have had some citizens ask us for clarification. They appear to be arranged in a way that are a little confusing. And so this way itemizes things into each category. So everything related to food is under one section in the fees, tourist, et cetera. And also we had to add a few because there's been some additional services that we've been required to do since 2015. So we just needed to have a way to add that into there as well.
Thank you.
All right, entertain a motion. Commissioner Morris.
Yeah, very, very quickly. There's an incredible panoply of things you all do and inspect, but one of them, of course, is the food service establishments, which is an important public health inspection. Were these proposed changes disseminated to the restaurant industry?
We put it out for public comment before the Board of Health adopted them.
But
So,
no direct mail to
No, sir, we didn't directly
contact
mail
with these folks.
the restaurants.
And just for example, for the public, what is the increase on a food establishment's annual inspection?
So what we're proposing, is that what you're?
Well, what was it and what's it proposed to be?
So,
Just as an example of the increases.
okay. Well, the most simple one, I guess, would be I would say the majority of the facilities that we regulate in Fulton County would fall into the category of a risk type 2. And so the average annual fee for that was $585. And what we're proposing to raise that to would be $600. So it's
Very
not,
slight increase.
Yes, sir. The only difference would be if there's an establishment that has multiple bars in it, so rather than charge a food service permit for each bar, which is not ethical or legal to do that, to accommodate for the extra time, we would just be adding an additional $150 per bar or restaurant.
Yeah, I saw that, and that sounded like a good logical change. Thank you very much.
All right, is there a motion? A motion to approve by Commissioner Ellis and a second by Commissioner Morris. Please vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 6 yeas, 0 nays. On page 6, county manager's items under open and responsible government, 22-0183, presentation of COVID-19 operational response update.
Okay, Mr. Manager, it's 11:44.
Yes, sir. In the effort to be more expedient, we will not present today, so we'll just stand for questions. I'll make a few upfront comments. All the trends are positive. Daily cases at 35, positivity rate at 1.6, hospitalizations 131 are at low points. The daily death rate at 4, of course, is still high as the ultimate trailing indicator. The vaccinations are still the key, as we see 96% of deaths and 91% of hospitalizations coming from the unvaccinated. We're offering incentives at multiple locations, including construction sites, APS, and Fulton County school sites where there are events. We're reviewing plans now for the second quarter to drive vaccination rates above the current 70% with 1 dose and 65% for 2 doses in Fulton County. And we're closely watching the new variant in Europe for any adjustments. For employees, we have no new cases to report this period and have notified the department heads relative to amnesty for non-compliance with vaccine tests as the program has ended, and we had a very successful achievement, I believe, with 87% vaccination rate. All of our facilities are open with new mask guidance as approved in the last meeting, with the noted exceptions of the courts, jail, and tax offices, where elected officials may continue to require masks of the public and/or employees. The current challenge with employees is retention and recruitment. Coming out of the pandemic, we're implementing a multi-step program beginning with $31 million that was approved in the 2022 budget, first with COLAs being implemented, then ICS, and then in your next meeting, recommendations for key classifications and elected officials. Later in July, we'll have a readout from our compensation consultant on a broader employee base and timing of the financial impacts. As well, we are retooling our recruitment efforts. So it's all hands on deck as it relates to, again, recruitment and retention. ERAP continues to be a very successful program with the additional $50 million received or expected. We've worked with Superior Court on mortgage assistance and provided a plan to Commissioner Arrington and are seeking his review and comments before implementation. ORCA continues to make significant progress. Evening court began this week. 77% of the hiring has been completed. The cases that were in the backlog have been reduced from 149,000 to 129,000. That's over 1,000 per week in reduction, and we are reporting at the judge level as we discussed, and all that information is included in your packet. The COVID response financials remain in very good shape with $124.5 million now expended out of a $329 million program and $26.3 million remaining in reserves. As you know, we've been very focused on compliance with federal funds, either CARES or ARPA. Channel 11's recent report reflected a fundamental lack of understanding of basic banking relationships and the use of $10 million in general fund dollars that we invested in 2 minority-owned banks. Jumped a number of streams and implied a lack of compliance with ARPA fund requirements. We'll ask Sharon Whitmore to overview, our CFO, the relationship that we have with Unity and Loyal Banks, which hold $5 million in CDs each. The banks are minority-owned, and we treat those investments as we do many other banking relationships which hold cash for our use. Again, the $10 million is from the general fund, not from ARPA funds, therefore having nothing to do with the federal program. Conversely, we'll take this opportunity to also provide a quick overview of ARPA funds use with the Access for Capital for Entrepreneurs, ACE, in a revolving loan program that we track very closely. We'll ask Samir to speak to the great progress we've made with small business loans with the ARPA funds and are assured that it is in compliance with federal guidelines. So not sure how the report got this bollocksed up, but we'll try to use small words and big pictures to explain both and make clear the differences and disabuse the public of any concerns created by poor reporting. So, Mr. Chairman, we have 2 charts to describe that and, of course, answer any questions that may be in the material.
Thank you, Mr. Manager. Ms. Whitmore?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. If we could go to the, really it's the last, so I think it's the 4th from the last slide in the presentation.
Yeah, if you go to page 43.
Page 43.
And then it's the next slides after that.
Right there, thank you. The material that we've prepared for you today is just to provide a snapshot of how we've been supporting minority businesses. We've identified 2 programs, the first of which is our minority bank deposits, which we currently have $10 million on deposit with 2 minority-owned banks, and the funding source for that did come out of the general fund. The second program that we'll highlight today, as the manager has commented on, is our small business loan program. that's being managed by Economic Development. It's $3.9 million, targeting 70 small businesses, and it is funded out of ARPA. Next slide, please. With regard to our deposits that we have made with minority banks, we have two banks that we've made deposits with, Unity Bank and Loyal Bank. Both of those were $5 million deposits. The type of investment was a 6-month CD. They are both due to, they've matured once, we've reinvested, and they are both due to mature again in early July of this year. Both of those investments are collateralized through the state-sponsored CDARS program and the Federal Home Loan Bank Security, with Federal Home Loan Bank security papers. It is an interest-bearing investment, so we will get our principal investment plus our interest back. These are open investments with guarantee for principal and the return on county investment. Again, those are deposits. They are not expenditures, and that is there is a difference in that. And so at this point, the next slide, Samir can walk you through the revolving loan program.
Thank you, Sharon. Samir Abdullahi, Deputy Director for Select Fulton. Just a quick reminder on what we're doing for small businesses on the loan side with our ARPA funds. We're investing, as Sharon mentioned, $3.9 million to support over 70 plus small businesses. As a reminder, we invested in partnership with the Development Authority using CARES Act funds, $3 million with ACE previously to have a small business loan program. They supported 90 small businesses, 73% of which were minority and female businesses. They were able to leverage our $3 million to go and secure additional capital to issue an additional $14.7 million in loans supporting an additional 280 businesses, 80% of which were minority and female businesses. Again, our current program under ARPA will issue loans ranging from $50,000 to $100,000 with a focus around revenue losses related to the pandemic. It'll be eligible to Fulton County businesses outside the city of Atlanta with a prioritization just like last time around minority and female businesses. That's why you saw the numbers served so high last time. We would expect the same for this program. And what we've added as an additional element to this program is the technical assistance. We want to not just empower them with funding, but make sure they're sustainable to survive post-pandemic. Thank you.
All right. Any questions? I'm sorry, Commissioner Ellis, Commissioner Hall, and Commissioner Arrington.
Yeah, just I'll be brief. I just want to go back to the banking stuff that we did. I think it's good that we outlined it. I think it's unfortunate that we have funds on deposits with all kind of banks, and these couple of banks we deposited some funds with, you know, we probably put more rigor around them than we did the Bank of Americas and the Wells Fargos of the world that we've deposited funds with for years. Nobody asked that question. This was a unique program that we led the way on to support, you know, businesses that met our credit requirements to make deposits right, met our policies on that and so forth, but that we'd never done before. And they're organizations that are doing work within our communities and just further supporting them to better serve our communities. So, you know, it's unfortunate that something that's very positive that, you know, hopefully a lot of other entities around the country will pick up and begin to do. It's sort of a no-brainer. It's unfortunate that this got turned into an attempt to try to paint something as negative when clearly there's no questions asked about when funds are deposited with large institutions that, you know, don't really have any, you know, ties or responsibilities or ownership within our local communities. So I just wanted to make that statement. I'm glad we further outlined that here.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Hall.
Thank you, Commissioner Ellis. Thank you, Chairman. I'm so glad that you said that because that was my main focus. Seeing the 11 Alive news report was stunning to me, and then the phone calls that proceeded after that news report from the head of 100 Black Men and so many other organizations who know the owner of especially Unity Bank, and they were upset and they were hurt that someone would attack the character of such banks when it is simply a certificate of deposit, and anyone who is familiar with a certificate of deposit knows how that works. It wasn't meant for them to spend the money on anything. It was a certificate of deposit. And if the question had been asked by the appropriate people to the appropriate people, that would have been made very clear. So, Madam CFO, can you just reiterate what this process was meant to be, the facts of the situation?
It was simply an opportunity for the county to make a deposit with a minority-owned financial institution in an effort to support those banks that are supporting Fulton County citizens. So it was a deposit, it was an investment. Again, it was not an expenditure, it was not a program for services, it was a county investment.
And so can you respond to all these allegations of they were supposed to spend the money in these specific areas of need and all of this? Can you respond to that? Was that what was meant to happen?
Again, Commissioner, these were deposits by the county. The way the banking industry works, those deposits that the banks hold are the resources that they use in order to make loans to their banking customers, but there was no requirement that the county placed with our deposit that any activity like that happened. It was an investment for the county.
Thank you for making that clear and putting the truth out there in lieu of the fact that we have some news that's out there that is incorrect. Thank you, Madam CFO.
Thank you, Commissioner Hall. Commissioner Arrington?
Thank you, Samir. So I see that this shows up to 70 million.
So up to 70 small businesses?
Oh, up to 70 small businesses. Go back. There was another slide. I thought it said there was a range that it went up to 10 million.
Go to the next slide.
Maybe it was the next slide.
If you go one more slide. Yeah. There was a range of the loans.
Okay, so 3.9 million to 70 plus small businesses, okay? And so how much did we do in the last time? I mean, is this general fund money?
This is American Rescue Plan Act.
This is American Rescue Plan Act.
Right.
How much did we allocate for CARES Act?
We put $1.5 million forward, and the Development Authority matched 1.5, so there was a total of $3 million.
And then did we partner with ACE to distribute that? And what was the total amount that ACE was able?
Correct.
Because ACE is able to increase that amount, right?
Right, because we provided them the $3 million in capital, they were able to free up their existing capital to go leverage that funding to go and secure additional loans, PPP loans and others.
And so what was the total amount, I guess, distributed by the ACE program?
In total, it's $17.7 million to support over 370 small businesses.
That's a great number. We need to make sure that we are promoting that. So 17.7, that includes CARES Act funding plus ARP funding?
It's only CARES Act funding plus the additional funds they were able to secure. Again, because we were able to give them $3 million, that freed up $3 million in their bank account to go and secure additional capital. So they could go take a loan on that $3 million to secure additional capital to make additional loans.
All right, awesome. And so that is the total, I guess.
Impact to Fulton County.
Impact 17 million over for COVID response for small businesses.
That's correct, Commissioner.
Okay.
All right. Other
Great
comments?
job.
Commissioner Morris?
Just a quick question and comment, Ms. Whitmore. Back to the $10 million investment as opposed to the loan program here. We have money on deposit with other banks, do we not?
We do.
Could you tell us some of those banks or?
Wells Fargo, Truist, and the majority of our invested resources right now are in a local government investment pool, the Georgia One Fund.
Right. Have we on occasion put any of the money with the largest banks in interest-bearing instruments in the past?
Hakeem, do you want to? I hear you. Yeah.
Hey, good morning, Commissioner. Yes.
I would have thought so.
Yes.
That
Even
sometimes we
still
have an awful lot of cash, and it would be a shame if we didn't earn a little bit on it. So this was simply an effort to try to, again, put some of the money into smaller minority-owned banks, not unlike some of our programs in our purchasing goals and that sort of thing. Well, this was not a specific goal set, but we certainly, with the chairman's leadership, wanted to do this with these minority banks. So I just wanted to make that point for the public as well.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Vice Chair Houseman?
Yes, just to follow up on that, they're also all chartered in Fulton County, I believe, these banks. So they are definitely homegrown local banks here in our community that I think we were all proud that we were able to support their efforts.
Thank you very much. Let me just say that it's unfortunate that this has gotten any coverage at all. This is a great program. It was a unanimous program, unanimous vote by this body. It has been duplicated, which was a thought from the beginning, by other jurisdictions across the country. Locally, quite frankly, MARTA has put some $30 million model after what we did here at Fulton County. I'm very proud of the 7-0 vote that we had to help small and minority-owned businesses. We should be proud of it. And if someone doesn't understand how banking works, who does not want to help minority and female-owned businesses, that's a different issue. But MARTA took the lead. We talked with transit agencies across the country, asking them, with the money that you receive, deposit some of it in your local female and minority-owned businesses. Another county that speaks very highly of Fulton County also developed a program tailored exactly like ours and gave us credit for the idea, so we should be proud of it. I'm talking about Harris County in Texas, one of the premier counties in the country, is doing exactly what we did here, and it's spreading. So don't let anybody tell you that this is a bad program that was not managed properly. That's just pure nonsense. Anything else, Mr. Manager?
No, sir, that concludes our report.
Okay, the item that was moved up today on page 8, 22-0198, request approval of resolution amending Fulton County personnel policy sponsored by Commissioners Houseman and Hall.
Which one is it? Commissioner Houseman?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. And this is a issue that I was quite surprised that we had here in Fulton County, that apparently there was no mention in current policy with regard to if an current employee could run for office in Fulton County to be part of the governing body of Fulton County. So when we had qualifying last week, we started to see some candidates come forward. I think a lot of us assumed that those folks had chosen to run for office rather than be employed by the county. And so upon further investigation, the code was murky on that, even though in previous years it was clear, but somehow along the way it had changed. So, you know, I certainly respect anybody that wants to run for office, and we have an employee that serves as a mayor of one of our cities currently. That has nothing to do with this. I think that We would all welcome our employees to participate in their local communities if they choose, or even with the school system if they chose. But I did some checking around, and I provided you with some information about what some of our neighbors in Fulton County and in Georgia are doing along these lines, and I just want to share with you
Commissioner,
what
excuse me one moment. Ms. Corbett, Mr. List. Thank you.
So just for your information, as you consider whether or not we should follow this plan of putting in place a restriction on county employees running for the governing body of Fulton County, the City of Atlanta Code Section 2-102 qualifications for office. To qualify for an election as a council member or person must not be an employee of the city. The Roswell City Charter, Section 2.10, no employee of the city shall be a candidate or serve as an elected official in the city of Roswell during their employment with the city. Roswell goes on further to say that if any member of any board appointed by the city council, a city employee or appointed officer shall become a candidate for nomination or election to any city of Roswell public office, that person shall, upon qualifying for such office, forfeit the board position, employment, or appointed office held unless such prohibition is prescribed by state statute. Alpharetta City Charter, Article 2, Section 2.14, political activities of certain officers or employees, states, no appointed officer and no employee of the city shall continue in such employment upon qualifying as a candidate for nomination or election to any public office for the city of Alpharetta. Sandy Springs, their policy is it is prohibited generally as a conflict of interest. In the state of Georgia, prohibition on holding a state job and state-level office at the same time, even if the elected position is part-time, like in the Georgia legislature. I also had a conversation with the district attorney to ask them how they handled such matters, since they are a division of Fulton County. And I was told that they would also require an employee to resign should they choose to run for anything in the district attorney's office, superior court judge, state court judge, solicitor, any of those functions. So this resolution is offered to you to put in place what most of our neighbors have done, and I have not had the chance in this short window of time to check with every single entity in the county. But I believe common sense dictates that it would be a conflict of interest for a current county employee to run for office of the governing body of the county. I don't think it should be allowed, and this resolution puts that in place. And I don't know if Commissioner Hall would like to comment further.
I absolutely
Commissioner
would.
Hall, followed by Commissioner Ellis.
I absolutely would like to comment. As a commissioner who was the former chief of staff to the late Fulton County Commissioner Joan Garner, I was told that I had to resign my six-figure salary, my chief of staff position, to run for my late boss's seat. I did not question it. I could have gone with some of the rumors of, oh, you know you're being targeted and all of that crap, but I did not, because in my heart, it did not matter. Whatever I needed to do to run for the seat, to continue to serve the people, was what was in the forefront of my mind and my heart. And my family and I sat down and we discussed the situation and decided that we were going to make the sacrifice to ensure that I would have the ability to run for my late boss's seat, Fulton County Commissioner Joan P. Garner. And so if I had to do it, others need to do it. Those before me did it, and as everyone knows, I'm about fairness. As Commissioner Hausman, you stole my thunder, because you know how I love to bring the facts. And you've just covered everything from the state of Georgia to the city of Atlanta, Roswell, Alpharetta, Sandy Springs, and there's so many more. Like you said, you talked to the DA, I talked to other offices as well, and there was not one office that I spoke to who said that an employee running for an elected seat could stay on the job. Every single one of them said, just like all the rest of these, that the employee would have to resign. And that falls in line with exactly what I had to do. So I do not appreciate anyone coming up here trying to make it seem like they are being targeted. Because if you're being targeted, then I was targeted. But did it make any difference to me whatsoever? No, because the bottom line for me was to run for the seat to serve the people. And that's what it's about. I also want to say, you know, we have to stop this mess of pointing the finger and start to work together, period. And our policies, yes, I see you shaking your head, Commissioner Arrington. The bottom line is we need to work together. We keep hearing about our newly elected mayor of Atlanta, how he's drawing circles and not lines. I love that, because that is exactly how we all need to work. And at the end of the day, with all the phone calls and people stopping me at events and on the street and text messages and everything saying, you had to resign. What's going on with employees of the county that are qualifying? Are they resigning too? Well, yes, everybody needs to follow the same protocol, period. That's the bottom line for me. Everybody needs to follow the same protocol. And the state of Georgia itself has that protocol. So thank you, Commissioner Hausman, for bringing it to the attention of all of us that we did not have a clear policy, but like I told you, for me, the bottom line was not about a policy. I was told what I had to do, that I had to resign because I was running for county commissioner in 2017, and I did what I needed to do to make it happen. So thank you.
Commissioner Ellis?
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Chair. I'll be real brief. Commissioner Hausman, I appreciate the background and you outlining the different codes in effect with, with cities within our county as well as the state. I think that's important context. When this issue sort of cropped up, I just sort of assumed we would have, whether or not it would have been a provision in our code, I would have presumed that any individual that would have made the decision to move forward in this fashion, that, for the sake of good form, would have resigned, given sort of the clear conflict of interest issues that are there before you if you continue. So it's unfortunate that we do need to address it, and it's unfortunate that, it has to be done sort of in an expedited fashion, but I do think we've got an obligation. There's a balance to, kind of having information out there to review and that sort of stuff ahead of time to the public, to when issues that confront us as commissioners that relate to conflicts of interest and ethical behavior. And when you deal with the things that are conflicts of interest and ethical behavior, like we just saw, our development authority faced an issue. They had to deal with it expeditiously. You have to deal with it expeditiously when those things confront you. So it's here before us, and I do think it's appropriate for us to act upon. Thank you.
Other comments? Vice Chair Hausman?
Yes, I appreciate the comments of my colleagues. This is not something that we should take lightly. I think that all of us that are in elective office take those duties very seriously. And this is again, as Commissioner Ellis said, very timely. I believe that the ballots are in production right now. The deadline that the state has in place is April 1st to get all those finalized. So I feel like it's very important to do this now to give any individuals that fall into this category the opportunity to either continue to run or to perhaps make a different decision and withdraw their candidacy and keep their jobs. I certainly understand the dilemma that they may face, but ethically and in this case, it's just a true conflict of interest. And again, I think a lot of us have had conversations that if any of our staff members chose to exercise their right to run for office, I certainly would have asked that they step down, and I can't imagine that they wouldn't have agreed to do that. So I just offer this for your consideration. I hope you'll support it, but it is very, very timely.
Commissioner Hall.
And I just want to add, I've had this conversation with many of my team members in the past and told them that if they ran for office, they had to resign because it is something that I had to do. I wasn't afforded an opportunity to do anything other than resign if I decided to run for a county commissioner. And that was the policy that was in place and told to me at that time in 2017. So in all fairness, you're actually giving people more of an opportunity than I was afforded. So I hope we all make the right decision.
All right, anyone else? Other comments? All right, the motion before us is to approve. Cast your vote, please.
And the vote is open.
Can I ask a question, though? Madam County Attorney, when does this go into effect and what does it cover?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear the second part. When does it go into effect and what?
And what does it cover? What does it offer the county employee to do? Can you make that clear to our viewers?
As it is currently drafted, it goes into effect immediately and it covers all county employees.
And when you say immediately, does that mean for the current election cycle?
So I would ask that any topic that would touch upon what I believe is currently reasonably anticipated litigation would be a matter that I would recommend for discussion in executive session.
All right, thank you.
Okay. All right, continue voting, please.
And the motion passes, 6 yeas, 0 nays.
Next item.
Back on page 6, 22-0184, purchasing and contract compliance, request ratification of countywide emergency procurements.
All right. Any questions here? All right, motion to approve by Commissioner Morris. Is there a second? Seconded by Commissioner Ellis. Please vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 6 yeas, 0 nays. 22-0185, Finance requests approval of a resolution to amend the county 401A defined contribution plan.
All right, motion to approve by Commissioner Ellis, seconded by Commissioner Morris. Please vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 6 yeas, 0 nays. 22-0186, Finance requests approval of resolution authorizing the release of a request for proposal to financial institutions.
All right, motion to approve by Commissioner Ellis, seconded by Commissioner Hall. Please vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 5 yeas, 0 nays. 22-0187, Registration and Elections, requests approval to conduct the City of Atlanta special bond election on May 24th, 2022.
All right, a motion to approve by Commissioner Hall, seconded by Commissioner Ellis. Cast your vote.
And the vote is open. On the motion passes, 6 yeas, 0 nays. 22-0188, Registration and Election, requests approval to conduct the City of Atlanta special bond election for public improvement for roads, sidewalks, pathways, trails, related transportation, park, and playground on May 24th, 2022.
All right, a motion to approve by Commissioner Hall, seconded by Commissioner Morris. Please vote.
And the motion passes, 6 yeas, 0 nays. 22-0189, registration and election, request approval of a statewide contract for the rental of box trucks, passenger vehicles, and cargo vans for the 2022 general, primary, and runoff elections.
We have a motion to approve by Commissioner Hall. Is there a second? Seconded by Commissioner Morris. Vice Chair Houseman, you have a question?
Yes, sir, Mr. Chairman, just a quick question. This money for these vehicles, which I presume are going to be used as they have in the past to deliver equipment for the elections, was that budgeted?
Yes.
All right, well, there was some public comment today, so I just wanted to make that clear.
Yeah, this was for spending authority only, no additional budget allocation.
Thank you. But I did want to take the opportunity to comment, since this is an election item, on another issue that was raised during public comment, along with the voter rolls and the discrepancies that were alleged that were turned in. Do we have any knowledge of, what that process is, who they were turned into, or anything like that? Can I ask the attorney if you have any information on that?
We do not, Vice Chair.
Well, I'm asking that you please look into it and just make sure that whatever our process is to handle such issues when they're brought forward is going according to the process that's outlined.
We will, thank you.
And let us know. Can you confirm that after you do that, please? Thank you.
All right, motion is to, I'm sorry, Commissioner Morris, motion on the floor is to approve.
Yeah, CFO's comment was quick and absolutely correct, but it may bear repeating for the public. When a line item is in the budget, that doesn't mean the contract has been approved and the spending authority has been approved. The budget is a separate action from these kinds of things, and some of the folks obviously didn't understand that, and that's I thought it might bear repeating.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Ellis?
Yeah, and similar speaking, I guess it might be worth clarifying for the public that we do approve our budget before we approve our millage rate. Maybe make that, is that a fair statement there, Ms. Whitmore?
That's correct.
All right, thank you.
All right, let's vote, please.
Vote is open. And the motion passes, 5 yeas, 0 nays. Bottom of page 6, 22-0190, Human Resources Management, request approval of a recommended proposal to provide comprehensive FMLA administration.
All right, motion to approve by Commissioner Hall. There's a second by Commissioner Ellis. Please vote.
Vote is open. Motion passes, 5 yeas, 0 nays. Page 7. Okay, six yeas, 0 nays with Commissioner Hall. On page 7, 22-0191, request approval of resolution to exercise home rule to repeal Section 1A of local law to continue the county supplement paid to the probate judge, to continue the salary paid to the juvenile court judges, and for other purposes.
All right, Commissioner Hall, followed by Commissioner Morris.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My only question is, why are the magistrate courts judges not in here? Is there a reason for that? Madam County Attorney, or?
Yes, Commissioner, they are not included in these items that kind of clear the path for the board to consider the overall compensation strategy for the county, because they are not governed by home rule. So we don't need to make a home rule modification in their case.
Thank you, because they contacted me asking about that. So thank you very much for that.
Commissioner Morris?
Yeah, and I just wanted to say that I think it's really important that our judges receive the kind of compensation they deserve. And I was prepared to try to move along the Superior Court judges today, along with the magistrate judge. But I understand that we may have some resolution coming, and item 193 was removed from the agenda for the sake of that. But I do hope that we'll do that. The idea that any Superior Court judge somewhere else in the state of Georgia may make more than the hardworking judges here in Fulton County just doesn't make any sense. This is where the big cases get filed. We're asking them to work really, really hard for Project Orca, and I hope we get this resolved right away. And if we don't have it resolved by our next meeting, I'd like to ask the colleagues maybe to try to go ahead. And I understand the legal issue. It's not clear to me. I'm a lawyer, but you can see both sides sometimes. But I think I think we'd have a position to try to do what we tried to do before with giving these folks the raises that they need.
Mr. Houseman, still want to be heard, Madam Chair?
Well, yes, I think it's important that the judges hear us echo the sentiments that Mr. Morris just articulated. I agree 100% that it's extremely important that we support financially our judges as they do the important work that affects the entire state on so many issues. And so I hope that we can get this resolved as quick as possible and not have any more further conversation about whether or not this should happen. I think it's definitely the right thing to do, and I just want the judges to know that we're actively working on a solution.
Commissioner Ellis?
Just, Commissioner Morris, are you suggesting that, or are you directing that have a resolution before us at the next meeting that gets this resolved? Is that kind of what you're saying?
Well, we may. I would love to have that done. Part of the resolution. Maybe we need to talk about this in executive session about the potential resolution, but. If we don't get what I think the resolution will be, I think maybe we need to make the tough decision ourselves.
Yeah, I mean, I would, okay. I would support that kind of direction as well. I mean, we've been, whatever. I mean, maybe we can talk about it separately, but we've been dealing around this particular issue for some time. It just needs to get wrapped up and tidied up and put to bed. So.
All right, Commissioner Hall.
Thank you, colleagues, all of you. I agree. This is something that we definitely need to bring forward and resolve. Our judges deserve it. As we are looking across the county to rectify salaries for all of our employees, that includes even our elected colleagues across the county, they should be included. So I would love to see that come forward. Thank you.
Commissioner Arrington?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I too want to support our judges. Again, I think, colleagues, it's important to support them. I don't want to run afoul of the state, though, and so whatever we can do to make sure that we don't run afoul with the state, certainly we can even protect the funds so that it could be retroactively, right? I mean, the money is there. Should they get the money? Yes. I think the issue is the procedure or how we get them the money. And so I would want us to make sure, again, I don't want to get in trouble with the state, but I want to make sure that we reserve that money so that if and when the state approves it, the funds are there to have it retroactively apply if we can't get it done sooner than that.
Thank you. All right, let's vote, please. The motion is to approve by Commissioner Morris, seconded by Commissioner Ellis. Madam Clerk. Madam Clerk.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes 5 yeas, 0 nays. 22-0192, Human Resources Management, requests approval to modify the classification section of the Classification and Compensation Plan.
All right, a motion to approve by Commissioner Hall, seconded by Commissioner Ellis. Please vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 6 yeas, 0 nays. 22-0194, request approval of resolution to exercise home rule to repeal Section 1 of local law, to amend Section 10, to establish the salary of the marshal and for other purposes.
All right, the motion on the floor is to approve by Commissioner Houseman, Vice Chair Houseman, seconded by Commissioner Hall. Please vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 6 yeas, 0 nays. Under Health and Human Services, 22-0195, Public Works, request approval to renew existing contract to provide reliable, uninterrupted economical operation of wastewater system operations and maintenance in the Camp Creek service area.
All right, a motion to approve by Commissioner Houseman, seconded by Commissioner Ellis. Commissioner Ellis has the floor.
This is not, I didn't get a chance to ask a question on that prior compensation item that was omitted. Can I just briefly ask a question on 20193, which was removed? I just want to clarify that this is not a provision that we're going to have to exercise home rule on, so it can be brought forth back to us at the next meeting. It's not going to change the timing of this. We're not going to have to wait some extended period of time to address it. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, I just want to clarify that. Okay.
All right, the motion on the floor is to approve. Please vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 6 yeas, 0 nays. 22-0196, Senior Services, request approval to extend an existing contract to provide senior transportation services.
All right, the motion is to approve by Commissioner Hall, seconded by Commissioner Ellis. Vice Chair Houseman, you have the floor.
Yes. Mr. Manager, I believe that we had some issues this week with service delivery on this item. Could you tell us what the status is now, what happened, and just your comments on renewing this contract?
So I'll ask Ladisa to give some additional comments, but we had, I think, 9 drivers that were not available for work on Monday. Looking at now the details, 2 of which were scheduled to be out on vacation, 7 of which I'm not sure what the explanation was, but the provider took additional steps to bring people back as well as have some supervisors take over. So the good news is the service was reestablished. I think the question still remains, Ladisha, unless you know differently, as to was this some action on behalf of labor to disrupt service, or was it just coincidental? And I don't have the answer to that today, unless you do. Ladisha, I asked that question this morning. Do you know 9 out of how many drivers in total?
Total 9.
No,
So-
how many in total do we have?
I will follow up and give you the total number today. I can get that shortly.
Yeah, I did not have that number this morning, but it was enough that the neighborhood center service could not be effectively done on Monday.
And County Manager, if I may
Yes, ma'am.
add, we had enough
Speak up,
drivers.
please, ma'am.
Good morning, good afternoon, Ladisa Onilagu, Senior Services. We did have enough drivers to continue dialysis, medical appointments, and so we prioritized those trips with the contractor to make sure those could continue. And so for the neighborhood senior center participants, we provided virtual programming and meals.
One suggestion, is it time critical that it's approved today?
This extension is time critical, and it relates to, yes, we do, because the current extension goes through March 31st.
That being said, then we probably do need to approve it, but I'll commit that we get both answers as to what happened and then what their contingency plan is going forward.
Well, could I suggest that we extend it for 30 days and make sure that, we are investigated thoroughly what the situation is? I don't want to have any disruption in service. But again, we need to have a reliable service.
And this, we do have confidence that the service has been reliable. The contractor, in terms of the quarterly performance reports, have done well. And so we don't lack any confidence with their ability, but we will continue to investigate and get the answers as to the 7 that were called out. But as far as the plan that the contractor put in place to resume services quicker than anticipated, which was next Monday, continues to echo their performance throughout the duration of the contract.
I think I'll ask Felicia to respond to your question.
Thank you.
And Commissioner, if I may add, we have resolicited this, this project twice. The first time we received 1 proposal. The second time we received 1 proposal. Both times what we're receiving is the price is far beyond our budget. And so we are looking at a lot of things. There are 2 things driving it: the labor cost, fuel cost, and the pass-through for a location for them to operate out of. And so we were looking at other ways that we could mitigate some of those costs. And I believe as recently as yesterday, the department has decided we want to cancel the solicitation, reconfigure the RFP, and what we're asking for is so that we can better manage the costs, because the escalating costs that we're seeing, the county just cannot, is not within our budget. And so we do need the additional time to get the new solicitation out on the street. And it will be a priority for us to get this re-solicited.
All right, well, thank you very much for that. And I know that you recognize, A, the importance, and B, doing everything you can to make sure the costs are, what we can afford. But the bottom line is that if the performance if this continues, do we have an out here in any way?
All of our contracts have termination.
Okay. All right.
clauses.
Well, I don't want anyone to take advantage of the fact that they know that there's limited competitors. Hopefully they're not doing that. And hopefully they recognize that, we have had a long-standing relationship with this company and that they appreciate it as much as we appreciate the need that we have for it. Thank you.
All right, Commissioner Hall.
Yes, I need to go back to 193 because I'm looking at the memo from our clerk on page 2, and it says that item to be moved up on the recess meeting agenda, not removed. It says item to be moved up to be heard before 220190. So when did it get removed?
Yeah, the department sent me an email during the meeting to remove that item.
Oh, the department sent you an email during our BOC meeting?
Well, at the beginning, before we got started.
At the beginning of our
yes.
BOC meeting and told you to remove it themselves? Yes. Okay, it's the Department of Human Resources?
Yes.
All right, thank you. Just wanted to make that clear. Thank you.
Okay, 096 is before us, huh? All right, motion is to, what? What did I say, 01? Oh, 0196, thank you. All right, let's vote, please.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 5 yeas, 0 nays. On page 8, 22-0197, Senior Services, as amended, request approval of the lowest responsible bidder to provide incontinence products to eligible Fulton County seniors.
All right, motion on the floor is to approve by Commissioner Ellis, seconded by Commissioner Morris. Any questions? None, please vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 5 yeas, 0 nays. Under Infrastructure and Economic Development, 22-0141, Select Fulton, request approval of resolution for a Fulton County Tax Allocation District review process for participation.
Good afternoon, Commissioner. Sami Abdullahi, Deputy Director for Select Fulton. I know they're pulling the slides up. Today we'll cover a recommendation on a tax allocation district review process for participation. Commissioner Morris, I'm glad you're here. Commissioner Ellis had a great joke that I was a tad too late for the last meeting, so glad you're here for the discussion. Again, TADs are significant, I think they're pulling up the slides. TADs are significant redevelopment tools authorized by the Georgia legislature. In the past, Fulton County probably hasn't had a very disciplined process when approached by cities to participate in these TADs. So we have worked with the county manager, finance, the tax assessor, the tax commissioner, legal, and other relevant departments in order to put this recommendation together. Again, the goal of which is to provide the BOC clear information on upcoming and proposed TADs. Secondly, it informs the cities of which elements of their proposed TAD that the county will consider and review. And I think lastly, and most importantly, this does not prescribe to the cities what they can and cannot do inside the TADs, but rather gives them a clear timeline and a process to seek the county's participation. Do we have those slides, Madam Clerk? Okay. If we can go to slide 3. Thank you. Just a quick refresher on what tax allocation districts are. Again, as I mentioned, they're redevelopment tools that enable funding for eligible public and private redevelopment efforts. And that funding is really localized to that designated area of the TAD. So in essence, if you take an area that has an existing tax base, which would be your area in blue, and decided to establish a TAD in that area, any incremental tax above that area in blue, so any new taxes would be locked inside of that TAD, inside of that geographic area, to fund, again, eligible public and private redevelopment projects. So the county, the city, the school system, they would be locked in that portion in blue, and all that area in orange would go to fund projects in the TAD. At the end of the TAD, which is about a 25 to 30-year period, the TAD expires, all those incremental funds would come back to the county, back to the schools, back to the city, and we would collect the full tax complement. So that's how TADs work. They're unique mechanisms in order to fund redevelopment projects. Next slide, please. Just getting an overview of the current landscape of TADs in Fulton County. Right now, we have 15 TADs inside the county. You can see the map there on the right of them. Most of them are localized inside the city of Atlanta. Since 1999, which was the first TAD that the county participated in, we've expended $346 million across those 15 TADs. If you look again, TADs are three-legged stools. It's the city, the school, and the county that fund these. Right now, we're in the 15 TADs we're participating in, about 49% of those funds come from Fulton County. So I'd say we're significantly paying, or not significantly, paying a little bit above our weight class in participation of these. And a lot of that's due to school system participation. Right now, the county, about 5.8% of all county land is inside of a TAD. There is legislation that says with cities, you're not allowed to go above 10% of your land inside of a TAD. I think it's an open question around counties as to whether you can go above that threshold. So as it relates to the new review process and really the need for it, what stimulated this, both the city of Alpharetta and the city of South Fulton have reached out to us, the county, about our participation in their newly proposed TADs. Adding both Alpharetta and the city of South Fulton would increase the percentage of the county inside of a TAD up to 7.8%, so fairly significant. As we review the 15 different TADs, there are various differences in how they're structured and also in the funding participation, whether the schools are participating, whether this body of the Board of Commissioners has votes, either representation on the bodies that are initiating the funds or approving projects at a project level approval period. And then also in terms of reporting, what is the feedback we're getting from the success of the TADs once we've said we want to participate? And then lastly, as I mentioned, the Fulton County School Systems has recently developed a new TAD process to do very similar to what we're trying to do. Again, establish clear goals as to why we would participate in TADs, and I think more importantly, sharing a clear process to the cities as to how to seek our participation. Next slide, please. So our recommendation is a three-tiered approach. It really reviews the TAD in three different lenses. That first lens is from a statutory standpoint. So what does the actual Georgia legislature say are the basic requirements of any TAD? So those are related for the feasibility or the but-for test, demonstration of an economic growth, and a reflection of what those TAD boundaries would be. Then we shifted into the second tier, which is what we would consider our general county elements. So regardless of where the location of the TAD is, this is some of the elements we would love to see in each one of these TADs. Again, some type of governance or representation from the Board of Commissioners, since we are contributing significant funds to that TAD, and understanding that they won't exceed a 20-year time frame. Again, clear reporting on the results of the TAD, making sure we're very specific to including the TAD area and the area that will benefit, not outside HALO areas. And then understanding as to whether the school system will or will not participate. I think that helps us understand how much weight we will have to carry in terms of funding the TAD. And then lastly, talking about TAD-specific elements. So recognizing that not all TADs are the same, and in the communities that they're oriented, there may be different needs and challenges. While the state legislature doesn't require elements around public benefits, again, TADs are locking in future prospective revenues from Fulton County. I think there's an interest to see not only economic growth, but public benefits as a part of that TAD as well. So there would be consideration for TADs that have projects specific to affordable housing, transit, arts and culture, broadband expansion. So things that, while we are excited for the economic benefits, we want to see if we can go above and beyond and provide some public benefits in these TADs. So in terms of the review process, there would be a committee. It would initiate through Select Fulton, which we would be the point of contact. We would have a committee of community development, public works, the tax assessor, tax commissioner, finance, and the county attorney to really get that knowledge base to evaluate and put together a summary for the Board of Commissioners. Again, I think what the cities are excited about is now they have a clear process they can participate in. We would commit as a committee to support, to present to the BOC within 90 days of a complete application, the recommendation, or not a recommendation, an overview of the TAD request from the city. Last slide, please. So again, I've highlighted these benefits several times. This process enables us and the Board of Commissioners to have clear information on any newly proposed TADs. Again, the municipalities are informed on both our process and how we will evaluate it. I think a third one here is they will have a point of contact, someone they know who they can reach out to start deliberations around TAD participation at Fulton County. Again, it adds just renewed focus around, I think, these core elements that we should always review when evaluating a TAD, which is around feasibility. What are the proposed uses of funds? Do we have any representation from the Board of Commissioners on the TAD authority? Or at a project level approval standpoint, will the schools participate? And are there any above and beyond public benefits beyond just the economic benefits? So again, I think this is a thoughtful, disciplined approach. It provides clear expectations both to the cities. It doesn't prescribe to them what they should do, and hopefully, again, informs this board more clearly as to what you're signing up for. So happy to entertain any questions.
Thank you for that presentation. Commissioner Morris?
Yeah, Samir, this is really terrific. I'm glad that we're taking a look at a process here. It has been something that I think I actually sponsored as a city council member at the Atlantic Station. I know I did. that TAD back, it was in my district, and now, I guess 2 or 3 years ago, I was down at a city council meeting where Invest Atlanta made a presentation to the effect that 16.6% of Atlanta's tax base was inside a TAD, 1/6 of the tax base. You're using the terms of percentages of land as opposed to tax base, and of course they can't do a new one because they can't do one if it's more than 10%, but they're growing, and so far none of them have been ended, and there doesn't seem to be a lot of political will to end them. But it means that 1/6 of the tax base really is not paying into the city general fund to provide for police and fire and the school systems, the impact on the schools and the impact on the courts with the county system and so on. So it's a great tool, but basically what we're deciding is prioritizing the TAD purpose as opposed to other things we could do with those future general fund dollars. So I'm delighted that we're taking a look at this. And again, maybe you could let us know at another time, I think you use 5.8% of the county's land. I wonder what percent of the county's tax base is inside of TAD. And you know, it's been tens of millions of dollars that we've invested in effect in these TAD purposes, all of which are great purposes. But we've got to make sure the cities and then the county makes a very intentional decision about making this priority, this TAD purpose, a priority over all the other things we could do with that general fund money in the coming years. But thank you for this. This is terrific.
Commissioner Hall?
Thank you, Vice Chair Hausman. Samir, this is an outstanding presentation. I just want to commend you on all your hard work. And you said something about hoping that we go above and beyond in supporting this, not just in supporting, but funding. And I agree with that. I wholeheartedly look forward to any resolution or anything coming before us that will allow us to do that, because TADs they're significant to the economic development of not only Atlanta, but Fulton County as a whole. So thank you for all of this information.
Commissioner Ellis?
Yeah, so I appreciate the background. I guess one thing that I would be interested in, and I don't know if there's a way to amplify it or provide us with some background on it, is I think this review process about starting one is important, but, you know, kind of what's the Roach Motel thing, how does this all kind of come to an end? What is the closure process? And is the closure process clear on these things, or is it somewhat ambiguous? And if it's ambiguous, then does that need to be, the closure process need to be part of the review process and be clearly spelled out? You know, so that's what I would be interested in, is having a better understanding of how these things close out. And, you know, the ones that we're participating in right now, what's going to be the, you know, the event that closes them out? And we got a couple of them that, you know, they're right around the corner. They should be closed out, if not already. So.
I'll work to get an answer for you on that one.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you, colleagues. I just have a couple of questions and comments. All right, so you mentioned 2 that we know of that are on the horizon. I've heard of 2 additional ones. Yeah, so this is very timely that we do put in some guidelines in place. But I have also gotten some questions that I think are important to speak about. You mentioned the but-for test, and I see in your documents some criteria that would be used to determine that. Would we do that ourselves? Would we have consultants working on that? How would we handle that piece?
Yeah, and again, that's why we put together a committee of both the tax assessor, tax commissioner.
I don't think we can hear you.
I'm sorry. That's why we put together a committee of the tax commissioner, tax assessor, finance, to bring in that professional institutional knowledge to be able to evaluate things like that. The state really describes what that but-for test looks like, the feasibility of TAD, so that's what we would reference in making our evaluation.
So would it be required then that there's defined projects? Because, I mean, you might have a situation where it's a blighted area that you know, for example, Atlantic Station, you know, that had industrial usage that would be very expensive to redo, but they didn't really have clear, you know, projects outlined. They had an idea, but so how definitive does the applicant have to be, or the TAD?
That's a great point, Commissioner Hausman. And again, this doesn't prescribe to them what they should or shouldn't do. So if they come forward to the Board of Commissioners or to Fulton County and say, we want you to participate in this TAD, but we don't have clarity on the projects we will fund, that is what we will put in our report, that we don't have clarity of what the actual uses of funds would go towards, specifically to each project. And that's the information the Board of Commissioners would have in order to make a decision as to whether they would participate or not. We wouldn't prescribe that to them on the front end. We would just be able to communicate that to you as a body, so you have that understanding to make a decision.
And again, whatever's brought to us is a recommendation based on your professional analysis. This government body still has the will and the authority to accept, reject, modify, whatever, and making the decision yes or no, correct?
Absolutely, and I would characterize it more as an evaluation, less of recommendation. So again, the elements that I mentioned before, the statutory, the TAD-specific requirements, that three-tiered approach, that's how we would review the TAD and then put together a summary report and hand that off to the BOC. There wouldn't be a recommendation because, again, that's this body's decision.
Very good, thank you.
Yeah, just one or two more just quick things. So I think you noted in the presentation, this just for public consumption, you note that the $346 million of Fulton County funds since 1999, but the aggregate amount of funds, if I'm reading your chart right, for that period of time for all Fulton County taxpayers, including what they pay through the school system and their local cities, is $1.3 billion. So, you know, that's a B. That's a big old number. And some of these, you know, individual TADs, you know, Beltline, you know, is kind of the looks like number one on the hit parade at $404 million. And I guess one question I had in terms of these numbers, right? These are actual dollars in, correct?
Funded towards the TAD again. It may
Right,
not be
right.
expended.
So, right. So I guess my question within this is, there is no calculation, and I don't know if there's a way to track it, but within these TADs, properties may have also been given abatements, correct? Right. So the net tax effect, you know, may be even larger than this. The net tax effect is indeed larger than this $1.3 billion when you layer on abatements on top of that, correct? So I don't know if there's a way for us to, and I'm not saying, you know, whether abatements should or should not be considered within the context of a TAD, but I don't know if there's a way for us to kind of overlay the abatements have been done since 1999 and how many of them fell within the context of a TAD as well. Be interesting to kind of know that. So.
Okay, I'll work with the Development Authority, see if we can pull that.
What's that?
I will work with the Development
Okay.
Authority, try to pull that.
All right, thank you.
Other questions? All right, the motion is to approve by Commissioner Morris. Is there a second? Second by Commissioner Ellis. Let's vote, please.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 6 yeas, 0 nays.
All right, thank you.
22-0199, External Affairs, presentation of the 2022 legislative agenda.
All right, Ms. Corbett, it's 12:57.
Well, thank you for making time for us, Mr. Chairman. Today is, come on up, Jasmine. Today is our last presentation before Sine Die, so we do want to take a few minutes. And yesterday was crossover day. I also would like to give a quick birthday shout out to Ms. Calhoun. Unfortunately, she's under the weather, but she and Ms. Campbell have been hard at work in monitoring the General Assembly, and today is Ms. Calhoun's birthday. Next slide, please. So I won't go over these, but for the public, these are the priorities adopted by the Board of Commissioners. Next slide. We just want to mention, of course, redistricting is finalized. Voters from Fulton County, the Elections Department is awaiting cards from the Secretary of State's office that will be mailed to all voters that indicate their county commission district, their state legislative seats, and their congressional seats, because redistricting affected all of those, as well as the Fulton County Board of Education. So all of those changes will take effect before the May primary. Board of Education redistricting has been finalized as well as Public Service Commission seats. Next slide. We have been working continuously on the issue of eviction. That is something that this board recommended, and it appears that we are not working from the most current draft, I'm sorry to say, but neither of these bills unfortunately crossed over. And the person running the Zoom, if you could please pull up the one that was sent this morning that has crossover day updates. Next slide, please. The FY22 budget does include several key investments that has been adopted by the General Assembly, and specifically the issue of raises for state employees that would affect all constitutional officers, magistrate judges, and county commissioners. We've been working with ACCG to clarify which positions receive additional compensation on which date, but for the constitutional officers, magistrate judges, and county commissioners, our understanding is that takes effect of January 1st, 2023. Going into the FY23 budget, there was a couple of major investments, one of which is thank you, next slide, please. One of which is a $9.7 million investment for a behavioral health crisis center. We have been advocating for the placement of that center within Fulton County, and we will continue to provide updates to you through our conversations. Next slide, please. Next slide. We want to call attention to SB 535, and this was a piece of legislation that we were quite concerned about that would have some implications regarding homelessness and the enforcement of that. And ACCG opposed this legislation. Many of the community partners we work with had taken a position against this bill based on its impact on permanent supportive housing. This bill did not cross over, so we wanted to make you aware of that. That's Senate Bill 535. Next slide. These are two bills that are related to HIV, which we know is the second bill, HB 1192, as well as HB 1092 has an impact on women who are pregnant at the time of sentencing and allows for a deferred sentence in that circumstance. And both of these have passed and are on their way to the Senate. Next slide. Obviously, you've seen in the news a lot of coverage about HB 1013. That is the omnibus bill on mental health parity. That bill passed and is now in committee. Several other pieces of legislation, as you see here, have crossed over, and we are continuing to monitor these, along with, like I said, the funding for crisis behavioral health services. Next slide. Want to call attention specifically to several of the election bills. These that you see here did not cross over. Next slide. But HB 1464 did cross over, and this is an omnibus piece of legislation. It started off addressing GBI powers to investigate fraud. It is much larger today. It includes issues such as paper ballot inspections, which after an election is finalized, the paper ballots and documents go into the custody of the clerk of Superior Court. And this vastly broadens the opportunity for the public to inspect those, which also means that there can be some costs incurred operationally. So it would allow for the clerk to recapture some of those costs, but it also, it does generate some issues around space needs and things like that. There's also a lot of procedural impacts around chain of custody and specialized equipment for storing of certain election materials, papers, and so on and so forth. So this is a piece of legislation that has pretty broad impact on the election operations. And that is the one. What you've seen is basically a lot of these other bills have rolled up into that. The legislation introduced that would affect absentee drop boxes. That did not cross over and that is not contained in 1464. Next slide. Want to mention House Bill 830. As we mentioned earlier, the budget provides some additional funding or additional salary enhancement for the sheriff. This also provides a county supplement for sheriffs for up to 2 courts beyond the Superior Court, which would affect the Fulton County Sheriff's Office. So we will continue to monitor this. This one did cross over. Next slide. I wanted to mention a couple of others. Here, I won't go into a lot of detail, but we'll take any questions. Next slide, please. I think we've talked previously about this bill, Senate Resolution 477, which would create a study committee on music. Next slide. Again, vaccination, these one did not cross over. These are, I think, essentially, Senate Bill 345 did cross over. It is related to the so-called vaccine mandate issue, and we're continuing to monitor that. Next slide. I won't go into a lot of detail here, but we have been, of course, monitoring some of the discussion about per diems and compensation for development authorities, and that's what you see reflected here, and we can take any questions when we get to the end. Next slide. Again, now that we are past crossover day, we expect to see some movement on House Bill 836, which would allow that remaining parcel of unincorporated Fulton that is north of I-20 to be annexed into the city of Atlanta. So we expect to see some movement in slow-go on that piece of legislation. Again, it crossed over last year, so we expected it to have some movement after crossover day. Next slide. I think we know that City of Buckhead, that legislation has passed us. Next, please. We have Senate Bill 438 is a bill that would have some implications on the procurement process for public works projects. It's something that we have been engaged with both our Public Works Department as well as purchasing on this piece of legislation. Next, please. I wanted to specifically mention these 2 bills. There was a movement, we've run into this in our property tax education efforts, and I think you all are aware that the notice of assessment has a requirement to include an estimate of taxes. And unfortunately, that estimate of taxes is often inaccurate, and it can cause some confusion. There was a bill introduced that would remove that language. That bill did not cross over, and we just wanted to make you all aware of that because it often comes up in discussion about how to handle that. Next slide. And we really want to specifically mention Senate Bill 511. We have had some discussion with the Clerk of Superior Court and the Property Tax Assessor's Office about this bill, which would have a very significant impact for Fulton County just based on the volume of tax appeals that we handle. It cuts the period for holding first hearings in half from 180 days to 90 days. So those 2 offices have expressed concern about that. I think not so much about the spirit of moving people through the process faster, but more about the logistics of having additional BOE boards, having spaces for those in the logistics to support them. It also has an impact on the tax assessors as well because they have to staff each and every one of those hearings, and now they have to essentially compress that schedule. So that is one we are talking with the team about, getting some feedback and seeing if there's any opportunities to make sure it does not have a negative operational impact through the House process. Next slide, please. If you could go back 2, please. This is the, I wanted to call attention to the House Bill 1280. This is the one about, this one is about the tax commissioner's compensation. This did cross over. and has been referred to Senate Finance Committee, it would have a potential impact on the Fulton County Tax Commissioner. And just wanted to make you all aware of this legislation. Dr. Ferdinand has talked to me a bit about it, and he may be communicating with others. So just wanted to highlight this one for your awareness. Next slide, please. Again, this is a homestead exemption bill. Does not look like it is moving forward. So on the House Bill 1556. Next slide. A couple of positive actions here, so I won't go into these in detail, but just more for awareness. Next slide. This was on consolidated governments. This one did not cross over from Chairwoman Taylor from Government Affairs. And I think those are the primary highlights. Sine Die is the first Monday in April, so we are that will be before your next meeting after today. So with that, we can take any questions.
All right, any questions? Commissioner Hall?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So what has been happening lately is I've been getting calls and getting stopped by voters who are upset about their polling places changing due to the redistricting map of Fulton County, and they are very, very upset. There have literally been seniors who told me that they could walk to their polling place, and now it is literally like 10 miles away from their home. And so do you have any information for our listening and viewing audience about the redistricting impact on the polling places and what we're doing to try to handle that, because it is impacting a lot. And one constituent in particular told me when they called the Department of Registrations and Elections told them they were overwhelmed by the number of residents that were calling about this problem.
Thank you, Commissioner. We have discussed this in our election task force meetings, and it is an impact that redistricting, not only redistricting, but just population, the census itself has an impact on, is one factor that has an impact on precinct assignments. Another factor is that under SB 202, there are some potential penalties that counties can face if they have long lines on election day at certain times. So the Elections Department has been working to rebalance their precincts to ensure that they have a cap in the number of voters assigned to them. So that's one piece of information. Another thing that you should be aware of is that the Elections Department advised me on Monday that they have, as of this week, feel confident that all of the redistricting changes are up to date in the system. So I know that they had, if a person checked 2 weeks ago, for example, to see what their polling place was, I would encourage them to check now, to check the Georgia My Voter page and make sure that, because we know that the information today is accurate, and we're working with them on some communication. I talked a little earlier about a postcard. There are several pieces of communication that will be going or have gone to voters. One is what they call a head of household postcard, and that just simply advises that there are some changes and they can check the Georgia My Voter page. The second is a postcard that is generated by the Secretary of State that specifically tells the voter, this is your congressional district, this is your state legislative districts, and this is your county commission district. And if you're a Fulton County outside Atlanta, you're a Fulton County school district. Those postcards have not been mailed yet, but they are anticipating those from the Secretary of State and will be mailing them as soon as they have them. And then the last piece of communication that this is literally direct mail, is a voter education mailer that advises people your polling place and your representatives in these various governments may have changed, and you need to go to the Georgia My Voter page to verify that. The benefit of the Georgia My Voter page is that it not only tells the person which districts you live in, it tells you where your polling place is, and it also is where you can find your sample ballot that was created for your combination of districts. So that is a very powerful tool for voters, and we will be working, especially as we get closer to primary day, early voting, all those things, to probably over the next month, you'll see a lot more communication. But this week, they have finalized those updates in the redistricting system. Thank you.
Thank you, Jessica. And I just want to say, when people have stopped me and called me and texted me, they're saying that they're receiving some type of information that's telling them that their polling place has changed. So I'm not hearing this from you right now. I'm not sure because I didn't know to ask a question about, you know, what that communication might have been. But they are very upset, and they're asking, why would the Fulton County Board of Commissioners redraw the districts to the point where it's negatively impacting seniors and other residents as it relates to their polling place changing in such a short amount of time, and they have to vote in May. And unfortunately, I have to go through the whole story of how we did vote as a board on a totally different map, but all the things that transpired up until the point where the map was signed by the governor. And people are really upset. So if we can do something to mitigate this situation, this negative impact that has taken place on the seniors and the residents, it would be greatly appreciated. And if there's something that you can offer that we can tell our constituents to soften the blow, that would be greatly appreciated as well, because for a senior to literally go from being walking distance to their polling place to have to literally get a ride it's a significant impact for them. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Commissioner.
All right, Commissioner Arrington.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, I talked with the county manager about this the other day because even our county districts, not even the precincts, but there are people now that will be voting in a race that were previously in another district, and no one has told them that they are now in a new district and that they should vote in a new race. And so I think we have a burden to tell people that they are in new districts and that they have an opportunity to vote for a new commissioner.
I think you're absolutely right, Commissioner Arrington. I think that the milestone this week that we've just passed over of having all the information, each voter's information updated in the state voter registration system, so a voter can actually go and see it themselves. That is a very important milestone that kind of triggers some of this additional communication. A couple of things to keep in mind. I totally agree with you that voters will see that differently when they cast their ballots this year. It is, in the May primary, as you know, has a lot of races on it. And so I think that's one of the other challenges is that people will come to the polls. They may or may not go specifically to cast their ballot for county commissioner, but they may go because the governor's race, the lieutenant governor's race, congressional seats, you know, there's a lot on this ballot. Unfortunately, we know that down ballot voting is sometimes where you lose voters. And so I think that is something that we need to make sure voters know, hey, if you live in this district now, it's to add to voter confusion. Commissioner Hall, for example, is not up for re-election this year, but as of January 1st, her district still changes. And so those are some of the other confusions that we have to work through that public education. So your point is well noted. We've had some discussion about how we need to communicate that. We have some things put together, but I think we can certainly strengthen that point that you've just raised.
Yeah, I'd like to see a mailer go out to all voters, including a copy of the map, so that they know what district they will be in. I mean, I think that's.
All right.
I think we have that burden because of where we are, and then the My Voter page is still wrong. It still has, as of right now, still has incorrect
So yours is not correct? Okay.
information. Yes.
Thank you for letting me know that, because I had been told that it had been corrected for everyone, so thank you.
It's 118, Ms. Corbett.
I'm here at your pleasure,
Just a minute.
Mr. Chairman.
Just one more comment. I mean, we have to recognize that the bill wasn't signed by the governor until the Friday before qualifying started on March 11th. So, you know, they were probably still inputting that data. And then I think it might be worth noting, there's probably folks out there that will vote for commission races that just voted, and now they have, and then others that won't get an opportunity to vote at all because of the changes. So, I mean, it's a mess.
That's a very good point.
Right. So, you know, for whatever reason that they made the decision they made, it does impact people directly that will not have the opportunity. And then vote for chairman this time, of course, but I won't have the opportunity to vote on a district commissioner like they normally would have.
Right.
Right.
I think that's a very good point. We did get an update from our GIS team that's about 125,000 residences that changed commission districts. So of course, if you're in the middle of a district, especially on the North Fulton side, you may not have changed districts, but all of South Fulton changed. And there are definitely changes in North Fulton as well. So I think it's a very good point, and that's a lot of people to reach.
Yeah, and I guess if the deadline to build the ballots is April 1st, it makes sense that the data has to be in place in order for them to do that. So, you know, if you could just give us an update of where they are with getting the data inputted, I think that's really the gist of the conversation here.
Yes.
And then the plan after that to notify the voters.
Will do. Thank you.
All right, Commissioner Ellis?
Am I hearing things right, that we're still waiting on the Secretary of State's office to have certain things completed in their system, correct?
That is correct. And there's a multi-part, there was one communication sent out by the Elections Department that was a general letter that said, you know, your polling place may have changed with no specifics. Because we don't yet have that communication, the postcard from the Secretary of State's office.
Why did we send it out?
I think
We didn't know whether or not it would have or wouldn't.
I will get a copy of it, Commissioner.
We sent a letter out, so we sent a letter out that said, your place may have changed, check your SOS page, but the SOS page isn't necessarily updated and correct yet.
Let me get a copy. I don't want to misspeak, so let me get a copy of what was sent, and I can provide an update to the board after this.
Yeah, I think just the communication plan, and then are there things that the Secretary of State's office or the state is sending out or funding? I think that there was some information about maybe there was an ask in the state budget that the Secretary of State's office funds certain communication pieces.
So there is that was the second mailer I mentioned that talks about this is your specific assignment of districts as a voter.
Right.
That's something we're waiting to receive from them. The county has the responsibility for paying for the mailer, but there was funding for reimbursement, as I understand it. And so that's, we will be seeking reimbursement for that.
Okay, well, maybe we can dedicate part of the legislative agenda a little bit more to what's our specific communication plan at the next meeting. That might be helpful.
We can do that.
Okay, Vice Chair again?
Yeah, back to the legislative session. Even though we're not meeting again before sine die, I'm assuming that if there's anything that comes across that impacts us directly, we'll get an action alert from you so that we're aware of it?
Absolutely.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, thank you, Ms. Corbett.
Thank you very much.
Quickly, next two items, Madam.
22-0200, Invest Atlanta Board of Directors, February 17th, 2022, meeting summary.
Yeah, that's just the summary of the minutes. Speaking of TADs, most of these are expenditure of TAD dollars. But if you need any information about any particular item, I'm delighted to get you more info.
Next.
22-0201, Atlanta Beltline, March 9th, 2022, CEO report.
Yeah, we did have our quarterly meeting last week, and this is the CEO's report. The really big news is we're about to really get down into the design of the missing pieces of the trail. There are a couple of areas up my way where the trail is not designed, the route is not picked, and hopefully we're going to be close to that.
Okay, 124, we got one item that was added on. Let's take that. Y'all getting hungry?
22-0203, purchasing and contract compliance, request approval of an ordinance pursuant to the home rule provision of the Georgia Constitution, amending the Fulton County Purchasing Code.
Mr. Chair,
Yes, sir.
just for informational purposes, we can hear this, but we also are going to have to hear and vote on this again another time, correct?
Yes.
So just, okay, so. We're voting to move it forward, and then we're going to have to vote on it again.
Two votes.
So we'll have another opportunity to ask questions, is my
Right.
point.
Sure, yes.
So not a dissertation. Come on, let's go.
So I won't go through the presentation this time, but I will mention, thank you first of all for adding this to the agenda item. And in the last 2 years, the purchasing department has experienced the Great Resignation. When we conducted exit interviews with staff who were leaving and why they were leaving, some of the comments that we have gotten is the pressure and the pace of the work is too much to contend with, and the compensation does not match workload and pay. They received a significant pay increase and only responsible for one area of concentration and not 15 to 20 departments. Workload and pay are the recurring themes that we are hearing. The pay issue is being addressed for key purchasing professional positions, and the remaining positions will be addressed with the compensation study. So the other area that we need to address is the workload area, and hence is the reason and the purpose of asking for the increase in purchasing thresholds. And with that, I will leave that, and we can continue the rest of it at the
All right, Commissioner
later time.
Ellis?
Unless you all have any questions.
Okay. So this will have to come back. We take a vote today, then come back. Any questions today? Vice Chair, Houseman?
Sorry, have you sent us a memo on this?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, and a copy of the PowerPoint presentation as well.
All right, thank you.
Yes.
All right, motion to approve by Commissioner Hall, seconded by Commissioner Morris. Let's vote, please. Again, it's coming back.
The vote is open. And the motion passes, 6 yeas, 0 nays.
All right, I entertain a motion for lunch and executive session, issues of real estate, litigation, and personnel. Let's vote, please. Madam Clerk.
Gotta put your motion in.
Huh? All right. 127.
The motion passes, 6 yeas, 0 nays.
All right, without objection, we will resume the regular order of business. Madam Clerk. All right, items from executive session. Madam County Attorney.
Yes, Chairman, thank you. Is there a motion to appoint Nadine Williams as interim elections director upon the effective date of Richard Barron's resignation in accordance with the recommendation of the Board of Registration and Elections?
All right, motion to approve by Vice Chair Hausman, seconded by Commissioner Hall. Let's vote, please.
And the vote is open.
Point of clarification, that takes effect on what date?
On the effective date of Richard Barron's resignation.
Which is what?
April.
April 1st, 2022.
Just wanted that noted for the record, thanks.
We get the,
Okay.
And the motion passes. 5 yeas, 0 nays.
Is there a motion to approve item number 4 of the executive session agenda with the exception of parcels 2, 7, 13, 22, and 29?
All right, it's been moved by Commissioner Hall and seconded by Commissioner Ellis. Let's vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes. 4 yeas, 0 nays.
Next item.
No further items, thank you.
all right, no other business to come before us today. We are adjourned. Thank you very much. So,
2, 7, 13, 22, 29.
For a written transcript of this meeting, or if you need reasonable accommodations, including this communication in an alternative format due to disability, please contact the Clerk to the Commission's office at 404-612-8232.